our coverage of round 7 already of this Qatar Masters. And Ludwig, it's a big day because it is the first all 2700 clash of the entire event. Hikaru is playing black against Parham Magzulu. What are your thoughts on this matchup?
I think Hikaru got a bit unlucky about his pairing. Now, he's playing the black pieces against the 2700. And Magnus is playing the white pieces against an opponent 100 points lower rated than Magsudulu. So in terms of having a really interesting game, I think this is a fantastic pairing. But in terms of actually winning the tournament, this is tough. If Hikaru wins here with the black pieces and goes on to win the tournament, I mean, then it's just very, very well deserved. Hikaru's facing a big challenge here.
Absolutely. Hikaru and Magnus and Parham currently half a point behind the leaders. So today, with only 3 rounds to go, this is certainly a massive game. We see Hikaru there sipping a cup of coffee or tea, I'm not sure. And Parham has played 1c4, the English opening, and Hikaru responding with 1e6.
Yeah, interesting response by Hikaru. He wants to go away from the English and go into the Queen's Gambit declined. So basically, whatever happens, Hikaru is going to play the move d5 next. And Parham out with the knight. Hikaru pushes the pawn up. Now Hikaru threatens to go pawn even further forward to attack the knight. So Parham will have to go pawn to d4 simply to prevent Hikaru's pawn from advancing further. And then it's going to go away from the English opening, and it's going to be back into the what's known as the Queen's Gambit declined.
The Queen's Gambit declined, is that what you were expecting today? It's a very solid opening, or were you expecting something more ambitious?
If I'm entirely honest with you, Fiona, I wasn't sure what to expect. I would say no, it's definitely not what I expected, because this way of playing with the white pieces is quite good and quite normal. And frankly, Magsudulu, a very, very good player, but normal openings is not really what he's known for. He usually avoids theory if possible, like prepared openings, and he usually goes for some weird setups, often involving a fianchetto with his bishop out on the side, pointing in towards the center. And he rarely, well, that's at least my impression, but it's been 10 years since I played against Magsudulu. So he may have evolved since, but I actually feel like he rarely puts his pawns in the center. He likes to kind of attack the opponent's pawns in the center rather than occupying it himself. So it's a very unorthodox play style. But here, I mean, the guy is looking like a normal 2700 strong chess player playing a normal opening.
You know what I'm curious about is maybe Parham was surprised by Hikaru's opening choice too, because the fact that he is in the tank now and we can see him there on the left-hand side of the camera indicates to me that he was not expecting this sort of Queen's Gambit declined setup. If he doesn't play d4 here, what else are his options?
I mean, basically, there's only one other move. I guess technically there's 2 other moves. So he could take the pawn and then go d4, but that's kind of the same thing. In general, white doesn't really want to trade the tension between these 2 pawns, because the black bishop on c8 is currently being blocked by its own pawn. And if white makes this trade, you make it so much easier for black to get this bishop into the game. So in general, you don't want to make this trade. And you do need to stop the pawn advancing. So either you go d4, stopping the pawn, or you take the pawn, but then a new pawn arrives, once again threatening d4, so you have to do this again. Or, I guess what he is considering right now, after Hikaru advanced his central pawn, there is an alternative in the move pawn to e3.
Mm-hmm.
Because then, if Hikaru continues forward to attack the knight, that pawn is captured. And it's not like Hikaru is losing the pawn, but moving the queen into the game early is not advisable. And the queen will get kicked out by the knight, and Parham will get good central control with excellent knights supporting the center. So, okay. He takes on d5.
Interesting.
No, that's not interesting.
No, that's
weird.
I mean, that is weird. I mean, it's interestingly weird. But I think in the chat we found the answer to what is going on here in the opening. I'd forgotten this, but when somebody wrote it, I think Parham is a 1e4 player, as someone in the chat pointed out. Mostly 1e4. I think that is true. And so maybe he had prepared something somewhere in the English and was surprised by Hikaru's response. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe that could be true. But I feel like Hikaru has played the Queen's Gambit so many times. Yeah. But now, wow, this is a shocker as far as I'm concerned. So Parham captures in the center, which to me feels weird because it does make it a lot easier for Hikaru to bring this bishop into the game. But after pawn to d4, Hikaru immediately pushes the pawn to c5, which is a very committal move. Now there's no pawns that can protect the guy on d5. Normally in these kind of positions, you want to go with your pawn one step forward so that these pawns are protecting each other up the board. However, c5, that's super aggressive, immediately putting the pressure on white's center, but also meaning that this pawn on d5 is going to be potentially a long-term issue. And this is actually known as the Tarrasch variation. It has been played by greats such as, maybe most prominently, Garry Kasparov, but also more recently, Daniil Dubov has popularized it. But
actually, let me just ask you a quick question here, because you talked about the long-term weakness of the pawn on d5. Can you maybe tell us what would happen if white immediately captured on c5, which he didn't, to attack the pawn immediately?
Yeah, no, that's a good input, good call. If that pawn had been captured immediately, then Hikaru would have gotten what he wanted earlier, which was to push the pawn forward to attack the knight on c3. And if the knight moves forward to try and protect the pawn, there are some weird variations, starting with pawn to b5, which the computer thinks is quite good for black, even though black is going to be down a pawn after the en passant move. Black is down a pawn, but there's immense pressure on the a4 knight, and this is generally considered pretty okay for white. So instead, Parham, he tries to keep control of the d4 square with that tension coming in from Hikaru. Parham plays knight f3, and well, okay. I kind of assumed Hikaru was going to go knight c6 and try and increase this tension. But Hikaru goes knight to f6 instead.
Okay, the good news is, of course, that Hikaru is blitzing out all his moves. So this is clearly something he looked at. Meanwhile, I don't know if you caught it, but when Hikaru was away from the board a minute ago, Parham was sort of chuckling away a bit to himself. And Parham is someone I know reasonably well. He's a lovely guy. And I think the laughing, I think he was laughing at himself. I think somehow he tricked himself in his opening preparation. The way I'm reading it is that he is now fallen into a position which is not something he had looked at for today, at least, is my impression.
And I'm not surprised he hasn't looked at this, because moving the knight to f6 is rather controversial, because it allows white to move the bishop out, put pressure on the knight, and the knight cannot move without the queen then being in trouble. And this is an issue because the knight and the queen, those are the two pieces that we're depending on to keep the d5 pawn safe. So it feels very dangerous for Hikaru that this pressure is allowed to happen, but Hikaru responds instantly, moving the bishop into the game and getting more defense on the d5 pawn, and clearly kind of indicating to the world that I know what's going on. This is part of my preparation, and there's nothing to fear.
I have to say, I've never played the Tarash. It's not an opening I think that would suit me, because I guess very often you find yourself with that isolated queen's pawn. If you showed me this position and didn't tell me, this has all been seen before, I would already be worried here as black. I don't like the pressure, this pin on the knight on f6. I would feel like, oh dear me, like how am I need to look at d takes c5 at every turn, make sure that I never get hit by a d takes c5 and some knight d5, or black even capturing the knight on f6. The fact that Hikaru is playing so quickly, of course, is a huge relief. So if we go back to the live position after bishop e6, I guess there is no way to take advantage immediately, or...
Well, okay, so here's the thing, Fiona. I recently saw this position in another game. I just don't remember where I saw it. I believe it was...
Chat is saying Parham had this exact position against Nihal Sari, and I don't know if it was in... Let me quickly investigate.
So I believe I saw it in a tournament being played in Norway, maybe right now, or maybe a tournament in Norway that was finished over the weekend. I believe I saw this very same opening. I want to say it was like, I don't remember who the players were, but I swear I saw this the last week. So I feel like this is probably a very topical variation that is being investigated by grandmasters these days, and they've kind of discovered this as a new area, a new way of playing the Tarash, which is intriguing. And so the game I remember watching, I'm pretty sure white castled kingside, but the exciting thing, Fiona, is that I'm pretty much 100% sure black ended up castling queenside, which sounds ridiculous.
Yeah, it does sound ridiculous.
Because, these pawns are very poorly defended. No, sorry, not poorly defended, but like they're about to be traded off. Which is going to make the king feel quite unsafe on that c8 square with potential white rooks pointing down towards it. Okay, it's coming back to me. I think I want to say it was Kaido Clouds against Mats Andersen, something like that. Played in Norway last week. And What?
I might see if I can find it. I see Neochi in the chat was saying, Fiona seems to be occupied in something else. Well spotted. I was on my second monitor looking for that Magzudlu Nihal Sarin game. I failed, but now you've given me something new to look up. So Clouds Anderson.
Well, Mats Andersen, he won this tournament in Norway. And he did face Kaido Clouds in the third round, but I can't find the game. So I'm thinking my memory might actually be right. For once, I have a grandmaster memory. I don't remember how the game progressed, which, to be fair, is more useful than anything else. Whenever like Hikaru and Magnus has these like memory exercises,
I found the game, Jan Ludwig,
where they recite kind of games of the past and you know who the players are and where they played it and so far. I'm like, yeah, that's very impressive. But do you remember the moves? What about the moves? Who cares about the players? So yeah, I remember the players in this instance, and now you're gonna help me with the moves, Fiona.
Absolutely. So in this position, after bishop e6, Clouds played g3.
G3, that seems sensible, like a
G3,
typical
knight
move.
c6, bishop g2, h6, bishop takes f6, queen takes, short castle, long castle.
See?
Impressive stuff.
He castled queenside. It's crazy.
And the game much later ended in a draw.
So I remember being kind of intrigued by this game, both because it was an unusual way of playing the Tarash, and it featured this castling to opposite sides, and then Black was trying to attack on the king side. White was trying to get a rook pointing down on the black king on the opposite flank. It was a really fascinating struggle. But unfortunately, or what do I know? Maybe it's going to develop in a similar fashion. But Magsuru has chosen to go pawn to a3 and instead.
This is interesting because big thank you to Phantom Slobiter, who actually sent me the link to that game between Parham and Nihal. I'm still not sure where it was played, but I can see it here. And in that game, Parham had actually captured on f6, and after queen takes f6, he played e4. A game he went on to lose, by the way.
Huh.
Can somebody let us know, was that a classical game, an online blitz? Where was this taken from?
It's very direct.
Yeah.
Immediately trying to exploit Black's poor development. And I guess if captures, the knight captures back and the queen is under pressure, as is
That's
the
what
pawn.
happened. Queen f4 was then played, bishop b5 check. Yeah, this is really messy. Knight c6. In that game, by the way, Black also castled queenside. Here it followed queen e2. Bishop e7, rook d1. Just a couple more moves. Bishop d5, knight c3. Bishop takes f3, g takes, and long castle. Wow, this is really wild stuff.
So apparently castling queenside is a thing in this opening. Maybe we're gonna see Hikaru castling queenside in the game as well.
You weren't excited at first. What did you? This is not interesting, but it could very well become interesting.
It became
making a point of proving me right here, vindicating me.
It became a lot more interesting when Hikaru at this point just played c5. That immediate tension between the pawns when Black hasn't even gotten any of the knights or bishop into the game. That really turned up the heat.
So let's catch up with the live position. After a3, this is the first moment where Hikaru is pausing, right?
Yeah.
Oh, a3, let me take a quick look. Can I find... Oh, I only see one game in this position. Ivan Cheparinov against an opponent much lower rated, like 2000 something, played at the World Cup this year, which continued knight c6, e3, bishop e7. In that game, black castled kingside. It all seems tame, and okay, I guess won because there was a 600 rating gap between the two players. So this was a lot more tame.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm never a fan of this pawn in the center. It can very often become a long-term weakness because it doesn't have other pawns that can kind of position themselves to protect it. And so you very much depend on the knight, the bishop, the queen to keep the pawn defended. But in a way, you can also say that that pawn will then be blocking the queen. The queen cannot move past it. It will block the bishop's diagonal, and it will block one opportunity the knight would have to move forward. So I don't know. My first impression here, especially considering that Hikaru is thinking about his move, I'm not a fan of the opening. Maybe this pawn to a3 move is like really strong and underestimated by Hikaru's preparation. Because I think the point of this move, I really struggled with it to understand why is he doing this. But I think he's trying to prevent the move pawn to h6. If you recall, Fiona, in the earlier variation we looked at, the bishop took the knight voluntarily to lure the queen out into the open and then start this attack, opening up the position while the black king is feeling a bit exposed, potentially. But what saves black here is that after the trade between the pawns, the attack against the queen, the attack against the pawn, the queen moves up. Here, the knight could actually just capture the pawn, but after takes back, you have the move queen b4, attacking the king and attacking the pawn, making sure that black gets the pawn back with a fine position.
And with a3, that check on b4 is no longer possible.
Yeah, so essentially, if Hikaru goes with the pawn to h6 here, we will have this situation instead. And then there's no queen check to regain the pawn. And also, it could be easier for Magsudulu to later on create kind of this cooperation between the pawns to protect each other and make sure that you can keep the pawn you kind of gobbled up. So it's a very sneaky move from Magsudulu. And I think it prevents Hikaru from attacking the bishop with his pawn.
Would you agree that playing a3 also makes it less likely we'll see queenside cancelling just because a3 is preparing to start pushing the pawns on the queenside?
No, that I would disagree with. I don't think a3 feels like something that would prevent black from castling to the... So essentially, if the knight comes out now, right? And you play similarly to how Clouds played in that game we talked about, then I feel like this a3 move, there's a pawn, there's a knight, there's a bishop controlling the b4 square. So it's not really, it's not necessarily helping white create a big attack by pushing forward, either now or after having made the trade between the pawns. So I feel like if you wanted to prevent queenside castling, which I'm thinking probably you don't want to prevent that as white. Probably you want to encourage it because it feels very, very risky. But then a move such as rook c1 pointing down with the rook, that, on the other hand, that would be like a clear sign. Don't put your king on a file where the opponent is already pointing down with a rook.
I wanted to ask you another more general question about this position, but I'm not sure how to engineer it. But my question was going to be, let's say after a3, knight c6, just the general question is, can you ever move the queen, let's say, to b6 or c7? The question is, can you afford letting black take on f6 and recapturing with the pawn, or is that not something you want to do?
I definitely don't want to do it. But then there are other people who are not that, mired in pawn cooperation thinking, who are not that concerned about pawn structures. I'm extremely traditional, I think would be the right word to use. About my pawns. I do not like getting doubled pawns. I do not like getting this isolated queen's pawn, often shortened to IQP. I saw someone in chat earlier talking about IQP, and that's someone trying to brief with their chess knowledge, and succeeding, I must say. So that's short for isolated queen's pawn, which basically this thing is so common that we made an abbreviation for it. But on the other hand, it still doesn't mean I like it.
You don't like the abbreviation or the IKP?
The pawn. The abbreviation I actually think is excellent.
It is very good. To be fair, isolated queen's pawn is a long name for a pawn, so it makes a lot of sense. Meanwhile, Hikaru did play knight c6. Is that correct? No,
I don't have it on my screen.
No, looks
but
like
I think I think the fact that he's thinking right now is a huge cause for concern. Because I'm starting to suspect that Hikaru's plan was after e3, maybe he wanted to go something like knight to d7 to have the knight to recapture. Or maybe he wanted to go like pawn to h6 with the idea that if the bishop moves back and tries to keep the tension, you just go very aggressive. Or actually, based on what the computer is saying, wow, the computer is saying maybe pawn to c4 is a good move.
Wow, this is not a move I expected. It's a move that you see quite rarely, I would say.
It's a very ambitious move.
Yeah.
Because it puts the black pawn into white's half of the board, with black not really having finished, being close to finishing development yet. And one of the computer's top choices here is to move pawn to e4. When white kind of tries to blast open the center, exploiting black's poor development. However, wow, Fiona, look at this. The computer's top choice in this position is bishop to b4.
Allowing e5.
Well, allowing e5, but also that was the move Magsudolu prevented with his a3 move.
Oh, I see what you're getting at.
So maybe Hikaru's plan maybe was to move this pawn forward to c4, but now that Magsudolu played a3, he doesn't want to do that. because it allows this pawn to e4 move, which was okay for black when the bishop came up to put pressure down towards the king and castle early on. But now that Magsudlu has prevented that move, maybe this is big trouble.
I mean, it's hard to imagine, right? That a move like a3 would put such a spanner in the works. But the fact that Hikaru is thinking and the lines we are looking at, there's so many lines that we've come up with now where a3 is a useful move for this reason, for that reason, sometimes stops bishop coming to b4, sometimes a queen coming to b4. Let's go back again. So c4 here, I guess, not an option any longer.
But this is making me very concerned on Hikaru's behalf, because frankly, at Hikaru's level, this move a3 should be part of his preparation.
You know what I'm wondering? Do you think this whole Parham taking time in the opening and, you know, sort of the little chuckle, I mean, if it's a performance, if he was acting, then it's actually some of the best acting I have ever seen. If this is his prep, then I am mind blown. What do you think? Is there a chance?
I think you need to get out more. I think you need to go to the theater more often or something. The best acting you've ever seen from a chess player? That seems like a you problem.
Huh? I was so sure that Parham, you know, had literally tricked himself. I mean, Michael in the chat is saying he's bluffing. It could be bluff, but to play a3 here, I think it's not a move you come up with over the word in a couple of minutes.
No, I think Magsudlu is prepared. But like, if he's chuckling with himself, maybe he's just happy that, oh, I actually have an idea in this variation. I hope Hikaru goes for that. That seems like the opposite of acting. That seems like a tell. Would you agree, though, in general, chess players or chess boys, if you will, maybe not the greatest at concealing their emotions during a game?
Yeah, for sure. I would agree. I think there's very few players that are hard to read, but having done a lot of commentary, I think both of us, I think there's so many players where you don't need to see their position to understand what's going on in the game.
So like, do you think your comment about the greatest acting you've ever seen is kind of also based on the fact that the standard you're used to is like the bare minimum?
Maybe.
Maybe.
No, I don't know. Like, I feel like, especially when it comes to Parham is someone who works by his own. Of course, the top players all work on their chess a lot. But I don't know if you remember this interview from Parham a few years back, Jon Ludwig, where I remember at the time I thought it was the funny, or maybe not, maybe funny isn't the right word, but there was this interview where Parham said he spends 16 hours a day working on chess. I swear, I'm not making this up. So Parham, he works very hard. I don't know if it was 16 hours. You can Google this, guys. I'm not making it up. Those are his words. He's someone who's very hardworking, and in general, he has never struck me as a big actor. He's just someone who shows up, sit down, you know, plays. Like, I have never felt like Parham is someone who brings this psychological element to the opening stages of the game, at least. Because I think most of the reactions we see from players are later on, when they've made a mistake, when they missed something. But I think it's quite rare to catch these moments in the opening. I don't know how many players resort to it, you know, pretend like, oh, I've been caught off guard here, and then boom, out comes the dynamite.
But you said he chuckled, no?
Yeah, he did chuckle, which I thought, like I thought he was chuckling at himself for like, oh my goodness, how could I not have looked at this and be tricked into it?
Maybe it was a happy chuckle.
Maybe. Maybe.
Do
I
you have sad chuckles? I only have happy chuckles,
No,
I
I
think.
have sad chuckles. I mean, at the chessboard, it's happened so many times where I'm like, oh my goodness, I'm an idiot. Like, I can't believe it's move 3 and I didn't look at this, so I've forgotten what I look at. I would then chuckle for sure.
So bad that you just have to laugh at it,
Exactly.
laugh
But
about
okay, we're
it.
talking about Parham, not Fiona. Like, the chances that he's out of book on move 3 are much smaller than me being out of book.
But this is
Hammer,
not
what do you
good,
think?
Fiona.
Hammer, what do you think of this? From the way they speak and their chess knowledge, I thought Hammer and Fiona were much older, like at least in their 40s.
I'm choosing to look at it as a compliment. I tried only reading the last sentence of that comment, the only part, and I'm like, okay, yeah. So I'm not that old. I'm only 33.
I know. I can't believe I'll be 35 in a few months. Where I don't know where the time has gone. I remember the days when we were
I know
young.
where, but it doesn't really help us. COVID, so many
COVID,
years. Just
yeah. Yeah, and this is the game I referenced earlier, that Cheparinov. I actually looked at a few moves from that Cheparinov game. Um, I mean, A3, you were saying that A3 is making you concerned
yes,
for Hikaru, but it's
yeah.
very interesting actually that A3 has only been played once before. So I'm genuinely curious. Is this Parham's prep, or could this really be something he just came up with over the board?
I think it's prep.
Mm.
Yes, he has spent 10 minutes, but some of that time was just trying to decide how to deal with this whole situation. Like
Mm.
Parham played the English opening, and now we're suddenly in a Queen's Pawn opening. So part of the reason Parham has spent 10 minutes is because he needed to decide, oh, it's not going to be in English after all. How am I going to deal with this? And so there he spent 4 minutes. And then moving forward, he spent a minute and a half on this, which is kind of weird because that's fairly obvious. And then he spent 6 minutes on this, which I mean, 6 minutes it's the kind of thing that makes you wonder. Is he in preparation? Is he not? He could be in prep and just trying to, refresh his memory before deciding on the move. Or he could be just making stuff up, having had an experience in this very same variation previously. And then maybe he felt like, oh, the move A3 could be useful. But I don't really buy that. I think it's prep. I think he just, he's a composed guy. He took his time to adjust to the new reality. He thought he was going to play an English opening. Now it's not an English opening, but he don't care. He spent 16 hours a day looking at chess. He knows the English, but he also knows the Queen's Gambit decline. He also knows the Tarash, and he's ready for it.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Hikaru, he's been in the tank for almost 25 minutes here. You know what I suggest, Hammer? I just saw a comment there saying Magnus is already close to winning. Shall we quickly check in
Are
there
you
and then
kidding me?
come back here?
What a lucky guy, huh?
I think lucky sounds about right.
Yeah, I don't know about close to winning, though. Close to winning? This is
What did they? Let me not put words in their mouth. What did they actually say? Magnus already winning. I had
already
even
you were actually not. You were underestimating their assessment.
Exactly.
Okay.
So let's see. How did we get there?
King pawn opening from Magnus. The knight out attacks the pawn. The knight comes to defend. Magnus going for the Spanish opening, the Rui Lopez. All-time classic, the most played opening ever in chess. Pawn to a6 puts pressure on the bishop. The bishop doesn't want to trade for the knight just yet, but it would like to have the option to do so in the future. Knight out, putting pressure on the pawn. Magnus defending pawn. Okay. And then after b5, the bishop is forced back, but frankly, the bishop is happy to get on this diagonal where it's pointing down towards the black king. Black's bishop enters the game.
And Jon Ludwig, I think bishop c5, as someone was pointing out in the chat earlier, I think is Fabiano Caruana's brand new Arkhangelsk course, which came out on Chessable, I think just yesterday. The day he won the US champ. So 2 days ago, I think, today he won the US
Fabiano recommends this move, even though Magnus played knight c3, which is uncommon.
I don't know about knight c3, actually. Because I don't know. I had seen a quick glimpse of Fabi's peek inside of the course, and it was like pretty much whatever white does, we're gonna go bishop c5. So I just assumed, but guys in the chat, help me out.
I
mean, there's fair. Also no... It's a massive course, actually. It's 43 hours of video. I was just looking into that yesterday. Chad, help me out. Yeah, he also recommends it against knight c3, according to Kasparov.
And then Magnus goes knight to d5, offering a trade between the knights. But if that trade happens, I guess the bishop is really nicely positioned, pointing down against the rook. Even though this bishop now 1, 2, 3, 4 moves, I thought you're not supposed to move the same piece more than once in the opening. But I guess if you're Magnus Carlsen, you're allowed to do whatever you feel like.
When luck's always on your side.
Yeah, you're hung up on that one a little bit. You just, any hint that Magnus is lucky, that's just... Would you say Magnus, like, Hikaru got a 2700 as his opponent. Magnus got a 2600. Is that not lucky?
Well... It's a trickier question than when I started thinking of my answer, because Magnus is higher rated, so in theory he should play someone higher rated than Hikaru.
Yeah.
So
we actually had a big discussion yesterday. I brought up the topic about how pairings work, and I said to well, first I talked to Benjamin about it, and then we talked with Hikaru, and I said, maybe we should just have random drawing of lots on the point group instead of kind of, making sure that the high-rated players don't face each other. We would love to see a Hikaru versus Magnus matchup. And Hikaru was like, no, it's fine as it is, and higher-rated players should have an advantage. I just wonder if he feels the same right now after seeing himself paired with a very, very tough Magsudulu. And then, according to our kibitzers, our chatters, Magnus is winning after 8 moves. Does he still feel like the system is working the way it's supposed to?
We'll have to ask him later, but Jon Ludwig, I'm a bit surprised by what I'm seeing from the corner of my eye after such a long thing. Hikaru actually almost half now. Hikaru played c4, which we thought...
yeah, so let me just complete Magnus's...
get to the live position here, and then we'll
so Magnus's opponent played d6. Magnus tries to build up with his pawns in the center. And then after bishop e6, that doesn't really do anything to prevent the advance. And Magnus, he moves ahead, attacks the bishop. And now there's a major issue. If the bishop moves out of the way, then Magnus can trade between the knights. And now that the knight is no longer on the d5 square, the pawn can go there and have an attack against the black knight and against the black bishop. So this would just be a complete disaster. Instead, what has happened is that black took on d4, and that was actually the only move, not just to lose instantly, but as Magnus recaptures, there's another
very
attack.
Generous exclam mark there.
There's another attack on the bishop. Once again, if the bishop moves, we can trade and continue forward. So black captures the knight on d5, which was also the only move, not to, be just lost instantly. But then Magnus recaptures with the pawn. And now Magnus is attacking two pieces at once with two different pawns, which means the only way to save this situation is to move the bishop out of the way with a check, and then you can save the knight afterwards. But the computer feels that despite Magnus having moved his king, that the positioning of this bishop and also the pressure Magnus is able to get with his bishop from the g5 square, pointing in against both the black knights and the black queen, computer feels like white's position is massive. So, I mean, I disagree with the chatter who said Magnus is winning. It's not really that straightforward, but it's definitely promising for Magnus. So he's looking very good to win his game. And then when we move to Hikaru, I'm gonna have to warn everyone about what's about to happen with the eval bar, because the evil bar eval it was at point 30, but after Hikaru plays the move c4, which Maksudalu's pawn to a3 was specifically targeted to avoid. Now the computer feels, okay, it only says 0.5. It wasn't that big a deal as I thought it was, but it's an increase. And it's strategically risky what Hikaru's doing. But at the same time, if Maksudalu doesn't manage to strike now immediately, trying to exploit black's poor development, then Hikaru will have the advantage through having his pawns further advanced than his opponent. So a really brave, I would say, brave move by Hikaru here, really inviting a fight.
And you said Parham needs to act with a sense of urgency here. A move I think that we put on the board earlier on is e4. So let's take a deeper dive there.
So pawn to e4. We were very intrigued by this because in the situation after pawn to e3, which definitely is in Hikaru's preparation, we figured out that maybe Hikaru is intending the move c4, and then one of the computer's top choices is actually to go pawn to e4 and actually move this guy twice. But the thing is that the advance of the pawn significantly altered the position, which kind of justifies white changing their plan as well, because different pawn structures, different pressures in the center require different solutions. That being said, we saw also the computer recommending the move bishop to b4. And we thought maybe Parham is a genius who has prevented this bishop to b4 move by playing a3, and then maybe prevents Hikaru from executing his plan. But Hikaru says, no, you did not stop me from my plan. I'm still pushing the pawn forward. And now, like you said, Fiona, e4, that would just be the same position we looked at in the other variation. The only difference being the placement of this a pawn. And now that the pawn is on a3, controlling the b4 square, black just doesn't have the option to try and move the bishop up and have pressure in towards the king. That being said, I think Hikaru's intention here might be to just go bishop to e7. Simply go for quick development of the pieces. And then
now the evil bar that you mentioned has shot up a bit, and it's saying, yeah, to take on f6.
So here white can win a pawn, which is why the evaluation bar is reacting so firmly. But I think maybe the computer is overestimating the value of winning that pawn. So here the capture in the center leads to mass trades. And then the idea is that the move queen to e2 at the end both attacks the king and attacks the pawn on c4. However, after the king moves away, even though Magsudulu wins a pawn, I'm not sure that this is all that good for white, because the pawn white has extra is one of these IQP pawns, isolated queen's pawn. And
okay, maybe it's not all that good, but surely it can't be all that bad.
Oh, no. I mean, white faces no risk here.
Yeah.
But I also don't think Hikaru would lose.
Can white even hold on to the pawn? I like this computer suggestion of castling queenside here, just connecting the rooks and defending the pawn at the same time. And I was wondering if rook d8 now, looking to regain the pawn.
So white's problem is that whenever you're forced to move the pawn forward in order to, just not lose it, then that's a massive weakening of the dark squares. And black has a bishop that can move on the dark squares, and white does not. And so what will happen here is that even though white is up a pawn, there's absolutely nothing you can do with the extra pawn, because Hikaru is just going to put his bishop in the path of the pawn. This pawn is never going to be able to move. And because this bishop moves on the light squares, the bishop can never challenge black's bishop. And that means this guy is going to get to stay here. The bishop on d6 is just going to get to stay there forever. And as long as it's there, the extra pawn for white is just not going to be worth anything because it can never move forward. So
but let me ask you about that position. If we took all the rooks off the board, the players might as well shake hands immediately. But with the two rooks or with the 4 rooks on the board, do you think white cannot make anything happen here?
There's absolutely no chance. Like, personally, I would comfortably make a draw with the black pieces against Hikaru. I would comfortably make a draw with the black pieces against Magnus. Like, the computer is just plain wrong when it says this is better for white. There's just no way white can break through this barrier. So I think maybe this is what Hikaru's aiming at. And then it's up to Magsudulu, who has the white pieces and who feels like I caught Hikaru out of preparation. Now Magsudulu needs to realize that, well, if I go pawn to e4, Hikaru can just move the bishop out. And even though I win a pawn, that's not going to win me the game. So Magsudulu needs to search for different solutions. And actually, computer is saying bishop takes knight first is better, because then you lure the black queen out into the open, Then you continue with pawn to e4, because now Hikaru's plan, the one that worked earlier in the other variation, that's not going to work anymore. If you try to develop the bishop, that pawn on d5 is just undefended because the black queen moved away from the protection we had earlier. So by luring the queen out first and then advancing in the center, Magsudulu, after takes here, computer is saying the move knight to e5. I mean, it's not easy, but this would be super, super dangerous for Hikaru because he's facing a check on the diagonal from the queen. The pawn on e4 is in trouble. The pawn on c4 is in trouble. And the black queen would actually want to step back because then it's better suited to defend around the king.
And in this line, I mean, how do you even continue here? Queen a4 is a threat right now?
Yeah, really? I don't know. It looks tough, I guess is what I'm saying.
The problem is this whole line is completely forced. I mean, from the moment, I mean, if Parham takes on f6.
Actually, maybe Hikaru can do something like bishop d6 here.
Giving up your beloved bishop here? Or what if I take on...
Yeah, no, I don't like that. Let me do knight to d7.
Okay.
So essentially what I'm saying is that we're probably gonna lose both the pawns, but then similarly to what we saw earlier, maybe we can make a draw even though we're down a pawn. But this one is going to be much, much tougher because here we don't have that same blockade that we had in the... Yeah, no, this is just unpleasant for Hikaru. I'm looking at the computer lines. Computer wants Hikaru to castle queenside, and that kind of... Oh, that makes me a little scared.
Okay,
then Hikaru loses a second pawn in a row. But like maybe you can do this and you have some pressure against these white pieces.
But this, okay, I see the top suggestion here. Queen c2 makes a lot of sense, defending both the knight and the bishop, and also aligning itself with the king on c8.
Yeah, that was a very good move. I don't really have a good response to that. No, I think genuinely Hikaru's in trouble. So pawn to e4, Hikaru's fine. Bishop takes knight, and then pawn to e4. Hikaru's in a world of hurt.
And Parham seems very, if we look at him at the board now, it's hard to read anything into his body language. How long he's been thinking for? He's been thinking for 15 minutes at this point. Seems very calm, but he must sense that there might be something here, right? Because when black plays c4, you understand that the whole structure becomes the whole center becomes very loose, basically.
Well, and it also depends on whether Parham was in his preparation or not.
Mm-hmm.
So if Parham indeed was in his preparation when he played this move a3, well, frankly, then he's poorly prepared because he thought this move prevented the pawn to c4 idea, but it looks as though he didn't actually check it properly. Very often when you prepare for a game, you don't look at the variations the computer dislike. So maybe Parham is taking his time here because he didn't look at this move because he thought he had prevented it and the computer says it's bad. Or Parham wasn't in his preparation when he came up with this a3 move, which I also do think, like, if he came up with it over the board, like kudos, like great idea to put pressure on Hikaru. And it's worked. I think the main reason Parham can be optimistic and kind of suspicious about his chances right now, it's Hikaru's time usage. Hikaru spent 27 minutes on a single move. Like that's already a big sign of weakness. And it gives the opponent confidence to think, he's not prepared and this is a risky variation he's playing. Maybe I can punish this.
You know what, Jon Ludwig? I think we are going to leave Parham to it right now. It doesn't look like he's ready to make a move just yet. So we're going to go on a first short break of the day. When we come back, we'll of course see what has Parham decided on. And we also we'll take a look at why in Magnus's game has the evaluation bar suddenly dipped into the other half of the board. So lots to look forward to. We'll see you guys on the other side of this break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to round 7 of this Qatar Masters. And Jan Ludwig, unfortunately, this is not what we wanted to see while we were on break. Parham has decided to capture on f6 here.
Yeah, good move from him. Lures Hikaru's queen out of position. So normally you would only consider capturing a bishop for a knight like this after the opponent first has moved their pawn up to chase the bishop. But here Parham correctly assesses that the black queen is actually very well placed on d8, giving some protection to the d7 square, which could be important if there are any checks coming in on the diagonal, but also importantly giving protection to the pawn in the center of the board. So by capturing the knight, the queen is lured out, and now we're expecting Parham to chase forward with e4, attacking the pawn on d5. That pawn, no longer having the protection of the queen, will have to capture white's pawn. And then there's another difficult move for him to find, the move knight to e5.
What actually
realizing
happens? Yeah, what happens if he doesn't find knight e5 and takes on e4 instead?
Well, the benefit of this is that Hikaru will then be able to put pressure on the central knight immediately. And also Hikaru will then not have to be as concerned about the potential of a check on his king coming in from the queen on the side. So I think this would be okay for Hikaru, I guess mostly because of the lack of attacking opportunities against the king. And our main concern is this move knight to e5. When you keep this move, knight takes pawn in the bank, you kind of say, I could do that, but I could do it at a more opportune moment. And in the meantime, if Hikaru just tries to develop, there are some concerns with this queen getting out on the side of the board, putting that pressure down on the black king, and yeah, it kind of looks okay for Hikaru. He can block with his knight, and it feels like, well, Hikaru got all his pieces into the game. Why is the computer so disappointed in black's position? And I do kind of agree with that thinking, which is why I'm so scared of this, because to a first impression for a human, this looks like I'm having difficulty defending these two pawns in the middle, but all my pieces have been developed, so it should be okay. And then you see the computer saying this is not at all okay, and you're in big trouble. This is that's how you lose games at the very top level, is by overestimating or underestimating your position based on your instinct as compared to what kind of the calculation determines. That being said, queen to a4 was not one of the moves we feared.
And I think we can all breathe a big sigh of relief here, because after e4, we hadn't really, not yet.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that this is not going to be as devastating as the pawn to e4 move on the previous move maybe would have been. But Hikaru's definitely not out of the woods. And after something like knight to d7 here, there's two moves I'm thinking Parham could try. Either he could go for this pawn to e4 again and claim that, yeah, I guess you can claim that having brought the queen out early it was going to be a part of White's plan regardless. So it doesn't matter that you kind of delayed the advance in the center to break open Black's corporation between the pawns. Or you could also try to move queen to b5. Because then the queen is attacking the pawn on b7 and you're attacking the pawn on d5. And if I'm frank with you, Fiona, I don't see how Hikaru can defend against both of those threats.
Jan Ludwig, I know we don't usually do this, but I'm going to take you away from here for just a second. And thank you to JSRK for pointing out this game on board 8, Kaidanov against Van Forees. That game is about to be over. And it's not good news for Jordan or his fans. I wonder what went wrong, but there is a king sitting on g6 right now, not looking too happy.
Jordan is 2,700 rated, right? We can agree on this.
We can agree on that, yeah.
And his opponent is an old guy at 2,500. Can we agree on that?
I don't know. I guess so, yeah.
I mean, Chad is calling us old, but
yeah.
Kaidanov is more than 60.
Ancient.
I mean, compared to us, if I'm honest with you, Fiona, I'm kind of happy with the insults Chat comes up with, being like, oh, Hammer looks like he's 45. Because you guys don't know my struggle. My dad had gray hair at 27. Sure, I may look 45 now, but in a couple of years, I'm going to look 70. So,
at least you still have hair, so yeah. Look on the bright side.
But yeah, no, Jordan, one of the talented youngsters of the world, is being blown away by the... I do think Kaidanov recently won like the US Senior Championship, maybe?
Yeah, the veteran. Yeah.
Veteran.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he's a very good player. I've been a fan of his ever since there was a tournament in Norway like 20 years ago where he played and just crushed everyone. So I remember him from that. So I always thought, oh, wow, this Kaidanov guy is good, huh? But that's 20 years ago.
Yeah. It's only move 20. Shall we very quickly see how Jordan found himself in this predicament?
Want to start hereabouts?
Sure.
So White advanced pawns in the center, taking good control there. Bishop out. Bishop wants to attack towards the middle, but this pawn is blocking. So clearly we're going to need to move this pawn up. Castles, that's sensible. Castles, also sensible. Pawn forward, attacking the knight. Controversial choice, because now you open up for the knight to get this d5 square. But the concern is that if you move here, maybe you're never going to be able to play pawn to c5 and open up for the bishop. So Jordan, he goes knight d7 instead, because then the knight controls the c5 square, which will enable the pawn to move up, which will enable the bishop to participate. After bishop to e4, so White is trying to prevent this pawn break from happening, because now the bishop will attack and capture the black bishop. Van Forest, he moves the queen up to defend the bishop so that he can go pawn to c5 next. But then bishop g5 offers a trade between the bishops. And when Van Forest says yes to that trade, look at this move. Double exclam. The white bishop sacrifices itself to lure the black king out into the open. The knight then follows up. check on the king moves out, the queen comes in, pointing in towards the king, and there's a lack of good defensive possibilities. After pawn to f5, queen to g3, the king cannot really escape the pressure from the queen. Jordan, he tries to get his queen back into defense. So Jordan is hoping that after knight takes pawn, then the queen will be able to defend the king. But this is also a brilliant move. Knight to e4. That's a great square for the knight because it blocks the queen's ability to participate in the defense. And now, for instance, if the king moves back, queen check. And if the king moves back, knight f6. The knight gives a check on the king while opening up between the queens. Black has to respond to the check first, but then the queen is lost. Wow, amazing stuff from Kaidano.
Let me just ask you, what if instead of going to h7, so in the live position after knight e4, what if the king instead goes to f7?
So if king f7, I assume, okay, I assumed wrong. I assume knight to d6 would attack both the king and the bishop, but black is up a bishop from when white sacrificed. So here the king actually just creeps back into its hiding hole, and black is actually the one with an extra pawn. So that's not the way to go. Instead, computer says rook d1, attacking the queen. The queen can just capture white's knight, but then rook takes knight. Both is a double attack because it attacks the king and attacks the bishop. But frankly, even more important than the double attack is the fact that the queen can join the rook with a devastating attack in the vicinity of the king.
Impressive stuff. Jan Ludwig, the chat is in shock that the 2700 player fell for the Greek gift. I like the comment by Vino Veritas. Where was it? Where did I wanted to read it out. And no, one sec.
So this sacrifice, when you give up your bishop on this h7 square and lure the black king out into the open, and then follow up with a knight coming in, that is known as the Greek gift. And the idea is that the king cannot move back into defense because then the queen comes in. Queen threatening checkmate on h7. Sometimes, like if the black bishop was here on the a6 square, sometimes you try to do this checkmate and then your opponent suddenly comes in with a defensive piece to stop it unexpectedly. So there have been people who try to do this sacrifice and then lose because of stuff like this. But with the black pieces just soundly out of play on the queen side, the threat of checkmate means the rook needs to move away. And then in classic style, check, check. So essentially first you take one of the pawns so that this is check and checkmate.
Yeah, I think if you do your puzzle rush, guys, you'll solve this one in a second. Vino Veritas had said man fell for a Greek gift as 2,700 elo. Makes me feel better about my games. And other people were wondering, how could Jordan fall for this? If we return to the moment, I think on move 15 after bishop g5, my explanation, and you can give yours, I feel that often when there's a bishop, maybe you don't see it coming because there is this bishop and a trade going on and you're just focused on, do I want to trade or not? I think if there was not a bishop on g5 and not a bishop on e7, there's no way Jordan would have fallen for this. So that's
so
my
like
explanation.
You're saying like here.
Yeah.
Like here you would see
no
it.
way. Yeah.
Here he would see it, but because they were doing like a bishop trade, he's so into the mindset of, okay, bishop takes bishop, knight takes bishop, and then moving on from there.
I think so. I don't know. Do you have another explanation?
No, I think that's fair. I mean, and also, I mean, he did just play a big mistake with queen b6. So he massively underestimated the bishop up move, and at this point he didn't really have a good plan, a good response, because of the sacrifice we saw in the game.
Yeah, and I think in the game, Jordan is still thinking after knight e4, he must just be, I think, in shock. How long did he spend after?
He spent 32 seconds.
Yeah. That's not a lot of time. And well, now Jordan
He spent 32 seconds playing the move, and now he's going to have 32 years of misery remembering this moment. This is why you take your time, people. Yeah, sure, your decision may come quickly, but you have to live with it for the rest of your life. So don't make decisions that you can't live with in the long term.
A big lesson that Jordan will learn today. He is still thinking after knight e4, but there is simply nothing to do. I think, as we saw, he's either going to lose the queen or will get checkmated. So let's return to Hikaru's game, where I don't think we've missed much. Hikaru did block the check on a4 with knight to d7.
So the king was in check, the knight blocks, and now, after knight e5, computer thinks black is better.
Jan Ludwig, can we breathe a sigh of relief now?
Yeah, but we can also kind of say that, fortune favors the brave. I feel like I'm a bit of a fortune cookie teller today, but like Hikaru, he played a very risky opening. He kind of got caught out of his preparation. It was a very dangerous position if his opponent had executed it correctly. But on the other hand, if the opponent makes an inaccuracy, then Hikaru now could have chances to win against the 2700 with the black pieces. So it's high risk, high reward kind of situation.
For sure. Let's take a look at that position. So knight e5 is taking on d7 a threat right now. Let's say I make a move bishop e7, let's say. Oh, there is a bigger threat that I was completely
There
oblivious.
are threats in the position. Magsudulu hasn't just, played a whatever move and not has any intentions of doing anything nasty. The guy has a plan. It's just that the computer is able to figure out how to neutralize the plan.
Okay, so what I had missed, that the threat is not taking on d7, but taking on d5 instead, removing the defender of the knight on d7. If white captures on d5, we'll take on d7 with a check, and then pick up the bishop on the next move, emerge with an extra piece. And if after knight d5, if you don't recapture, well, I think you're in big trouble anyway. The queen will have to move. Knight c7 is coming. Yeah. Okay. There is a threat.
There is a threat.
My question has been answered.
But then we wonder, how can we avoid it? And it's very intriguing. The computer, I'm looking at two different moves the computer is suggesting. And one of them I feel like is fairly straightforward. Rook to d8 sees the rook offering extra protection to the knight, which is very understandable based on the analysis we just did, Fiona, because now after knight takes d5, trying to lure the black bishop out of position, well, that's okay, because the bishop no longer needs to protect the knight on d7 because the rook came in to do that job. But After rook d8, you do leave the pawn on a7 undefended.
You're such a pawn grabber, Jon Ludwig. I hadn't even looked at that pawn. I hadn't even noticed.
It's just staring me in the face.
Okay, but also the knight on e5 is attacked twice.
Yeah, so maybe we trade the
Okay,
knights. And then what are you taking back with the rook? The bishop? I was thinking the rook.
Yeah.
But if you take back with the bishop, at least you're going to threaten the queen.
Okay, and you're going to take on a7.
Of course, I'm going to take the pawn. And like, if you don't have anything big here, I'm just going to be up a pawn.
Yeah, it's not easy. I was hoping that I would just get compensation here. I thought maybe I can get away with bishop d6, but the d5 pawn is also potentially hanging. b7 is hanging. Like, you are right. I do need to... And I'm not sure. What is it?
Computer is saying queen to c6 is the only acceptable defensive move for black. And then
How
queen
does
to
the white
a5.
queen get out?
On b5 blocks. Knight a2 makes sure the queen can come home. Rook on the new open file, attacking the queen. Queen steps back. And then white is up a pawn.
Do you feel there is... Wait, can we ever play b4 here? Can I play b4? Oh, no, you just take with the knight and the queen, sorry.
Yeah. So, but b4 is kind of the right idea in terms of when black has sacrificed a pawn, what does that mean? It means that white has a long-term advantage because of the extra pawn. It means if you go into an endgame, white is probably going to win. So whenever you're down a pawn, it means the onus is on you to showcase what you can do in the short term to avoid, going into the endgame, because that's going to be an issue. Essentially, you need to strike before white is able to complete their development of the kingside pieces. So yeah, no, this was not super impressive for Hikaru. So that's why I'm actually more intrigued by a different computer suggestion, which ignores the threat in the position knight takes d5. The move a6 is being suggested.
So what do you do if I...
Well, this is another one of those high risk, high reward situations, right? If black is able to complete the pawn chain with pawn to b5, like that would be massive. Like if black can get a position with these pawns protecting each other up the board, like Hikaru will win the game. The problem is, white can capture the pawn on d5, attacking the queen, and the knight cannot be recaptured because then the queen and knight work together for a checkmate against the black king. However, maybe we're okay losing this pawn on d5 if we're able to get our pawns protecting each other in return. So we investigate. The queen is under attack. There's also the threat of knight to c7, which will see the knight attack both the king and the rook. So the only way to defend against both threats is not to do that, but to go queen to d8. And now if this knight retreats back home, then we do manage to get these pawns defending each other. And even though Hikaru's down a pawn here, He has superior development. He has better space with his pawns, and the computer favors his position despite being down a pawn, which really illustrates the kind of high risk, high reward mantra of just trying to get your pawns working together.
Great question by Whatnot in the chat, who's wondering, does that mean that Hikaru is going to lose a pawn either way, like in the both lines we looked at?
Yes, but then we come to Shikamura in chat, who says, if queen d8 is such a good move, why not play queen d8 immediately? And you can do that. So queen d8 immediately would actually save the pawn, would make sure Hikaru doesn't lose a pawn instantly. The problem is, like the computer says, that now pawn to e4 challenges the black pawn in the center, and when the trade happens, black will lose the pawn on c4, and that's part of the reason why we were so invested in getting those pawns working together on the queen side, because here we see a situation where Hikaru doesn't lose a pawn instantly, but he does lose the pawn that's kind of preventing the white pieces from getting into play. So yeah, no, this is just a really rich position, really interesting one. I think a6 would have been a brilliant move for Hikaru. I think it's a missed opportunity that he now played rook to d8, but rook to d8 was also okay. It's also
you know
okay,
what worries
but I
me
think a6 was better.
What worries me the most is not so much the position, but the fact that I think from Hikaru's body language, we can tell I don't think he likes his position too much. I mean, just before he played rook d8 there, we saw a bit of head shaking. It's not, his full confident self, I would say. But Jon Ludwig, let's go down this line again and try and see. So what happens if white gets greedy and takes the pawn on a7?
So I think we can agree that if queen takes pawn immediately, then Hikaru will be very happy to trade the knights in the center. And Hikaru will have a really well-placed queen in the middle. Even though Hikaru here is down a pawn, like the potential he has of just advancing his pawns and being super annoying with them is more than enough to say that black is doing just fine. So if we're gonna study the pawn grabbing ideas, then white should probably trade the knights first. And then there's another question: do you take with a bishop? Do you take with a rook?
We looked at bishop takes early. I think we were both more tempted intuitively by taking with the rook, which the computer dislikes quite a bit more. Let's try and figure out why that is.
So I think the reason rook takes is worse, according to the computer, it's pretty much because now the white queen doesn't need to escape. In the other variation, the queen was lacking of open opportunities to move back, and for that reason, it had to escape very quickly. Here, however, the queen has plenty of options, and therefore you can prioritize playing other developing moves that would increase the pressure on black's position. For instance, here with the bishop moving out. So I guess that's the main difference.
And it, I think, makes a lot of sense. In some of those lines, even before black castled, white could potentially give a check as well, maybe on b8, although the queen probably doesn't have too many great squares along that. I thought the queen could always maybe step back. But going to e5 doesn't make sense, right? In general, you're happy to trade material when you're up. But here, I think this would be a big mistake, as suddenly the pawns start rolling when the queens come up.
Yeah, you don't want to land yourself in a situation where Hikaru is just dominating the center of the board. Which speaks to that the position is not, one-sided. It's very, very double-edged. Magsudulu could win a pawn at this stage, but then the initiative will be in Hikaru's hands. So Magsudulu now has an interesting kind of, he needs to prioritize what direction he wants to go in next. Does he want to give up his well-placed pieces in order to capture a pawn on the side of the board? Or does he want to try and increase the pressure in the center? Because that's where it's going on. And actually, Fiona, after pawn to e4, which is probably what Magsudulu is thinking about, then Hikaru has this incredible move, the computer suggests, which is not an easy one to find, but one that I do think Hikaru has been able to spot. Bishop to c5. This bishop protects the pawn on a7 and attacks the pawn on d4. Now, the observant viewer will see that, yeah, the bishop is attacking the pawn, but dude, the pawn can also capture the bishop. Well, but that pawn was also the defender of the e5 knight. So you can't actually capture the bishop immediately, because then the queen takes the knight. And if instead you try and move the knight out of the way and then take the bishop, you can't actually do that either, because after the bishop recaptures, there's an attack on white's queen.
Yeah, bishop c5 is quite the move. And I think Hikaru will spot it. The question is, how easy do you think it is for white to spot when you're calculating?
More difficult. I think for sure Hikaru has seen this bishop c5 move. He never would have played rook to d8 unless he had a good response to this pawn break in the center. And for Magsudulu, it's tricky, right? Do you want to try and keep the pressure going, or do you want to kind of cash in? Do you want to cash in and say, yeah, I'm happy just winning a pawn on the side of the board, even if that means suddenly black is the one with the aggressive moves, moving their pieces, their pawns forward, trying to punish white. People in chat are saying Magnus is losing. Oh, e4.
I was just gonna say e4, and I thought Parham would take a bit more timey, but both players, actually, Hikaru and Parham, have already spent half of their allocated time. This is only move 11. I think time is also going to play a massive part in this game, but let's quickly check in with Magnus before we return here.
Yeah, so just to surmise, Hikaru needs to find this bishop to c5 move. If he finds it, the computer believes that he has the better position with the black pieces and with a very little time edge. If he doesn't find it, the computer says it's completely hopeless and Hikaru's in massive trouble. So big moment in Hikaru's game, bishop to c5, putting that bishop on a square where it can be captured by the white pawn, an absolute must find. And in the meantime, Magnus's game has already kind of gone around the world and then some. It started out a chatter saying that, oh, Magnus is winning in the opening in this position. And then the computer kind of agreed that Magnus had a lot of pressure on black. But the computer also believed that the bishop should go out and point down towards this collection of black knights and a queen on the diagonal. Instead, Magnus didn't do that. Instead, he moved the queen up to d3. And then after queen d7, there was no way for Magnus to defend the pawn on d5 in the long term. So he moved his pawn forward on the side, allowing the pawn in the center to be captured, but it didn't get captured. Magnus just continuing forward, losing the pawn in the center, and now doing something with his rook. This is very weird to me.
It's such a strange position. One thing I'm wondering, if I'm black, I would like to get my king out of e8 here. I'm a little bit concerned about going kingside. I can see the computer thinks this is fine, but to the human eye, I think it looks incredibly scary. So I was wondering, is there any chance I can go queenside?
I mean, there's a chance. So if white goes a4, which is a logical move to try and open up for the rook along the side of the board by making the trade between these two pawns, it turns out pawn to c6 just keeps everything very well defended. The trade opens up for the rook, but the rook isn't actually able to do anything on that side. I mean, you can give a check, but the king kind of just moves out of the way. And white is unable to have more pieces contribute in the attack. So that's why the computer is suggesting the move pawn to a3, attacking the bishop, forcing the bishop back, and then pawn to a4.
That's
with the idea that now this bishop is potentially under attack from the rook. And if you try to avoid the trade of pawns, well, then you open up for the white queen to enter with a double attack on the king and on the bishop. However, if the bishop just moves again, ooh, wow. So computer suggesting takes. And now if black just gets this move, pawn to c6, reinforcing the protection of his pieces here, then black is winning. But the computer says Magnus has this move knight to e5, attacking the queen, sacrificing the knight, but then opening up for the rook along the fourth rank, opening up for the bishop, queen on the d file, attacking the knight with just chaos, complete chaos.
You know
so
what?
To surmise, we have to go back to Hikaru's game, but I like your plan. I like your plan, Fiona. And I think if black first goes c6 to first do that reinforcing move, they didn't have time for it in that variation we looked at, and then castle queenside, then black is winning. But it's very important what you said about castling queenside. Castling the other direction with all the pieces Magnus can have that's going to point down towards that king. It's just that's super, super dangerous.
But I think despite the computer evaluation, I kind of like Magnus's chances. I think, yes, he's down a pawn, but until black's king is completely safe, I really fancy Magnus's chances. But we will see what happens here.
No, you're misunderstanding, Fiona. After pawn to c6, this pawn is blocking the rook. It's also blocking the potential for this bishop. After pawn to c6 and castles queenside, Magnus is just dead lost. Like he can never chase this knight out of its positioning in the center. Like I think this is almost just over. If black realizes that you need to put the king on the queen side, and then also realizes that you can't do it immediately, that you have to play a reinforcing move first, like Magnus is I think also in practical play that you're referring to, I think Black's position is so much easier to play in practical play because you have this amazing knight that's impossible to chase away, and which is doing just such an important job in multiple directions. So I don't know. I really like Kartakian's chances. I don't like his time situation.
Yeah, maybe a lot hinges actually on whether he finds c6. We'll come back here, but let's go to Hikaru, who unfortunately did not play bishop c5.
Oh, wow. I was so sure Hikaru had seen this move since he went with the rook to d8.
And a6. So what's the problem now?
Yeah. So,
I
mean, this a6 move is what we wanted here, right?
Yeah.
So the idea is good. The intention is good, trying to create your pawns working together on the queen side, and you don't really mind giving up a pawn to make it happen. But now, pawn takes on d5, threatens the bishop. The bishop has to move away. And the bishop only has one available square, so that's a very easy move. And now you're threatening to go pawn to b5. And that's why if Magsudulu goes bishop takes pawn, then Hikaru can fork the bishop and the queen.
And yet the evaluation bar likes this for white.
That's the bad news.
Yeah. Okay, we do get a lot of pawns. The question is just how to take on b5. I see computer says knight. I thought that bishop takes also was tempting to get the knight to b5. But let's see.
I don't like that. You need to take with the knight because you need to have this battery of the bishop and queen both facing. In particular, the black knight on d7.
I just wanted to give a check on c7, you know. I'm a simple girl. Petzo sees the check, wants to give a check, but I take your point about the battery.
Yeah.
By the way, Parham...
This could be an issue.
But, sorry, Parham... Oh, no, he did take on d5. Shoot.
Wow, and chess.com has changed its mind about Hikaru's move. Look at that. Like, just a couple of seconds ago, it said 1 question mark for this pawn move. And now it's actually elevated the mistake to a double question mark. I think that's very strict. I don't think... Because we talked about this earlier, Fiona, and I want to bring it back in here. After pawn takes on d5 and the bishop moving out of the way. So I assume Parham is not going to take with his bishop because he, like Hikaru, believes that pawn forward would be a dangerous double attack. So I think Parham is going to take this pawn with his queen. The idea being that after knight takes knight, there's actually the very sneaky queen back to e7, not recapturing the knight immediately, because you want to have some extra protection for when you take. And then bishop to d6, there's the move pawn to f4. And basically, Parham is saying, I will take your knight, but I'm not in a rush, because the knight can't move due to the pressure from the queen down on the king. And once you manage to recapture this guy with a pawn, then that's going to cause further issues to the queen and bishop moving forward. So I think Parham is going to take with the queen and kind of trust. So this is very important to understand. Hikaru went into this position obviously believing that bishop takes pawn is not an option because of the double attack, the fork. And sometimes what happens, even at the very top echelons of chess, is that you trust your opponent. Parham is sitting there thinking, oh, I can't take with a bishop because the pawn fork. And then oftentimes you don't investigate further because you kind of just assume that your opponent, who's a top 10 player in the world, in fact, Hikaru's top 3, you kind of just assume, well, he probably calculated that and realized it's good for him.
The thing is, he is in that position now. It's not a line that's further, 5 moves down the line. So to Parham's advantage, calculating bishop takes c4 from here, now that he's already in the position, Parham is also strong enough to not just rely on trusting Hikaru that bishop takes c4 isn't possible. And I'm sure he must be investigating it. Can we go down that line again after bishop c4, b5, and just try to evaluate the consequences here. So after knight takes, bishop takes. Because this, I'm sure, is a position that Parham will at least consider. And then he has to evaluate this, I guess.
Yeah, I guess my point was that normally you would just assume that players at this level always calculate. I just wanted to highlight that it does happen that they kind of just trust the opponent. Like, trusting the opponent is a classic mistake at my level. I assume it's also a mistake at your level, Fiona. But it even happens to the very, very, very best. And here, after bishop to d6, challenging the knight, the key move seems to be that Parham needs to realize he can castle here. With the idea being bishop taking out the knight is not going to work, because after the recapture, you can't take the pawn a second time due to the white rooks catching the queen and king on the same. And we have a red move for Parham. We have a red move in return for Maksudlu. He has gone pawn to g4. Oh, this game. Wow.
Okay, but this is insane, no? g4, sorry, I can't stop looking at the top computer move, which is bishop c5 anyway. We wanted bishop c5 earlier. But this time there's an extra piece on freeze on f5. Like, what is going on here?
Well, I think it's safe to say that if Hikaru didn't see bishop to c5 earlier, then I assume he's not going to find it now when his bishop is under attack, right?
I think that's a fair assumption, yeah. But if the bishop just drops back, how bad is this?
Not bad at all, according to the computer. Computer
So
think this is completely fine.
If white takes now on c4, I guess the difference is that when white castles, the king is just not safe.
Well, actually, computer is saying now Hikaru shouldn't even try to attack the bishop. Here, the computer says Hikaru should just play on down 2 pawns, because pawn g4 has massively weakened the pawn formation for white. And in fact, the queen, the bishop, and the rook working together are having immense control of a lot of the squares on the king side. And if the king chooses to go into the opposite side, well, then we still have this idea of the pawn with the double attack on the bishop and on the queen. So yeah, no, I don't think Hikaru will find the computer's top choice, bishop to c5, because someone in the chat was just saying
bishop c5 isn't even that good according to Stockfish after queen takes c4.
Okay, but it doesn't matter. Like, bishop c5 is not happening.
Can we just see it very quickly? Bishop c5. Yeah, and the computer does change its mind back and forth. We can see the evaluation bar going up and down. Queen c4 was the move suggested by who was it? Sorry, someone in the chat here. And it's madness, huh?
Well, I mean, I'm sure like you can calculate this and you can figure out what's going on. But I think at the end of the day, it's just not going to happen on the board, because Hikaru had an opportunity to play a similar idea on the previous move, and he didn't take it. But even more so, I think the key here right now is that moving the bishop back is not bad. Like, it's not at all bad. In fact, it's good. You're just like this move attacking the bishop. Like, if you don't have a good follow-up, then that you've just wasted a lot of your resources, and you've wasted the cooperation between your pawns and maybe also pieces, just to force this bishop back to a spot where, frankly, it's enjoying a life. The bishop is not going to be captured, because then it will open up for the rook. There's no way Magsudulu could allow this. You can't allow that rook to get involved so easily. And yeah, I'm struggling to see what the idea is for the Iranian. The computer briefly mentioned the move pawn to g5, but then kind of changed its mind. So I'm guessing this is what we need to investigate. The pawn attacking the queen, sacrificing itself, but with the idea that now, since the white pawn has been removed from the board, the bishop can enter the fray and attack down towards the d7 knight. And then Hikaru can move his bishop back, trying to make this trade. And now the only move for white not to be in trouble is the move knight to e4.
Okay, this complete, what's the word? Pandemonium?
The knight can be captured, but that would allow for the white bishop to get involved and also attack the black king. So that's why Hikaru shouldn't take the knight. Instead, just move the queen that's being attacked. Here, white can trade bishops, but black recaptures, and it looks like life is good, because now we're threatening the knight on e4. However, computer says, castle's kingside, you castle, even though you gave up the main pawn to protect your king, you still castle to that side of the board. You leave the knight on e4 unprotected, but if that knight is captured, then the rooks will get involved, pointing down at the queen, and when the queen moves away, the knight comes in with the attack, opening up for the rook to attack the king. So, yeah, Fiona, things are going on right now. And look at the time.
I was just gonna say, good luck to the players figuring this all out on roughly half an hour. I mean, chat is saying, no way this is gonna happen, but I do think this is Parham's intention, because it's very hard. I mean, I was very curious where you were going, because I also felt like, why would you play g4 if you can just take a pawn on c4? Even if you don't see bishop takes c4, you can safely take, if you don't understand that bishop takes c4 is fine, you can take safely with the queen. So why g4? And I think this must be the idea, g5 followed by bishop h3. I just haven't seen anything else yet which makes sense. But that means that Parham is happy to roll the dice here. This is gonna be, I mean, this is a 3-result game if I've ever seen one, and I think it's going to be a lot about who can just hold their nerve and calculate faster as time.
And there was just a comment in chat addressing that specific thing, Fiona, namely that Hikaru's confidence yesterday was a bit shaky because he missed a very important. He made a mistake in an important calculation in his game yesterday, and he said the mistake he almost made, like he even noticed his mistake in time to fix it, but just the fact that he almost made a mistake, he was really hung up on that, and he said it really shook his confidence for the rest of the game. And right now we're in like, yeah, it's a brawl. It's like a knife fight, and you need to have your sharpest tools available. Otherwise, you're just going down. And if Hikaru's main tool, the brain, is not feeling sharp based on the experience he had yesterday, then it doesn't really matter what the computer says. Then he's going down, because here, this is a classic situation where the best man will win. Like, both players have massive advantages. Like, Hikaru has the way superior pawn structure. He has the bishop pair. Matsuru has the immediate attack. This is the kind of position where just the guy who's best on the day is gonna win. And we're hoping Hikaru slept well. And we're hoping he hasn't made any big miscalculations right now, because here he needs to have all the confidence to navigate this trickiness.
For sure. Evolve Yourself TV is asking, Hammer, are you good at knife fights? I'm not going to take that in the literal sense. But
well, I usually bring a hammer to a knife fight.
That sounds
so unfair. I tend to lose.
But I guess from what I know of you and from what you've said, this is not the kind of chess position you enjoy.
Oh, no. I'm very happy to be watching with the computer's moves being suggested to me. If I had to sit and calculate this stuff, believe me, I would sit there for hours. I would lose on time. It wouldn't even matter whether I'm getting checkmated or not. I would just lose on time trying to figure all of this out.
Yeah, Ludwig, another question. In the live position after g4, could Hikaru play b5 rather than moving the bishop?
Ooh, that's a good idea. Because we want to make this move anyway, right? And now, so the difference compared to the previous move is that when Hikaru moved this bishop, that opened up for the queen along the 6th rank. So now you're ready to play this pawn to b5. Ooh, and actually, this is a big problem for Hikaru, potentially. Well, the computer says b5 is a mistake, but it's by far the most human move to make.
Mm-hmm. Why is it a mistake?
Yeah, I don't understand. Queen back. Bishop back. Knight to c6.
I think it's so funny that we're on move 15 and none of the kings are ready to get cancelled anytime soon.
Check. Block. Pawn to f4? Ooh, you're threatening pawn to f5, then the bishop is trapped. You're also threatening pawn to g5, and then the queen is stuck. Yeah, Hikaru does play b5. It was definitely the most human move. I'm kind of ashamed. I wasn't the one to suggest it.
Come on, give chat some. Leave them something.
Yeah, no, kudos. And then
grudgingly.
After queen goes back.
Kudos.
So now if Hikaru moves the bishop that's under attack, the knight will come and attack the rook, which is why Hikaru felt like he had to take this knight. It was now or never.
And Parham quickly captures the bishop on f5.
And
so now what? The knight is
have you seen an uglier pawn structure? This is the kind of chess I just cannot understand. Because if I'm playing this game, I'm like, oh, black is definitely
But it's an extra pawn. You like extra pawns.
Yeah, no, not like this.
Not like
there are limits to how much I like extra pawns, and this is my limit. Having 2 double isolated pawns, that's just not okay. And to illustrate my point, allow me to castle Hikaru's king and let me demonstrate how that affects the computer's evaluation. I'll even make some moves for Magsudulu. I'll let Magsudulu castle his king as well, because I'm such a nice guy.
So kind.
Okay, if both players get to castle their king, Hikaru's down a pawn, but the computer still favors black's position because, I mean, of course, look at the pawns. So right now, it's just a matter of getting the king to safety for Hikaru. If he succeeds in that, I feel like he's going to have very good chances to win the game.
It's a big matter, right? Because
if he doesn't succeed, then, you know, he's going to be in tons of trouble. And then look at this, knight to d3. Okay, so what happened here is that if Hikaru had retreated his knight, that's the move he wanted to play. But knight to e4 attacks the queen. And if the queen captures the pawn, then queen to e2. And it actually turns out black is unable to defend the king. You can try to block with the bishop, but then knight to d6 exploits the fact that the bishop cannot move due to the queen's pressure. Check on the king has to move, and then the queen can be captured on the next move. So Hikaru simply said that if I retreat my knight, my king is stuck. So in order to have more kind of free space, like after knight d7, part of the reason the king is stuck is because Hikaru has his own pieces standing in the king's path in several directions. So Hikaru says, I can't do that. I need to have that square available so that my king has some sort of escape possibility and also have the rook pointing in towards the middle. But the only other available square Hikaru had was d3. And by going knight to d3, that knight is being captured by the bishop. And after the trade, Hikaru has lost a second pawn.
Okay, the bright side is that after bishop e7, it looks like he will get castled. We have one more move.
Yeah, and where's Magsudulu gonna? Where's he gonna put his king?
b1 maybe.
I mean, if he goes over here, then Hikaru will open up with his pawns. Knight e4 is on the board, attacking the queen. And I guess Hikaru's gonna actually. So Hikaru's not going to take the pawn. This I know for sure. If Hikaru takes the pawn, then Magsudulu has knight to d6. The knight gives a check on the king while opening up between the queens. The check has to be averted, but then your queen is left undefended. So Hikaru didn't take the pawn. That was a trap. Instead, he goes queen to b6. And now the pawn on d5 is under attack, and Hikaru is hoping that once he takes that pawn, he will also have a pressure against the next white pawn as well. And there is a concern about where Magsudulu is going to put his king.
Yeah, I mean, I see the bar likes this for white, but from a human perspective, like I wouldn't feel too unhappy here as black. I would feel I definitely have some compensation, no?
We had a similar situation, which we analyzed earlier,
Yeah.
Fiona, in which white had a bishop instead of a knight. And then I said, even though black is down a pawn, there's absolutely no chance black is losing because of the blockade. This is a better version for Maksudolu because it's a knight. And knights can challenge for control of the dark squares. So if the piece in the middle here had been a bishop on the light squares, then Maksudolu could never challenge Hikaru on the dark squares, and the life would be okay, even though you're down 2 pawns. That piece now being a knight is a problem because the knight can try and challenge for control of the dark squares. You can see it here already. A lot of the squares the bishop has in its sights are being controlled by that knight. And also, it's impossible for us to have a pawn kick that knight away because the white pawn is blocking our pawn from chasing the knight. So actually, Fiona, like if Maksudolu does what you said and tries to put his king on b1 and castles, imagine a scenario like this: pawn to g6, and those pawns are traded. In such a situation, Hikaru is still down 2 pawns, but here he would have an open file for his rook along the side of the board, and he would have the long-term potential of chasing this knight back because we eliminated the white pawn that was standing in the way of us challenging the knight.
Also of creating an attack on the queen side, as you mentioned, with b4 and start pushing the pawns. I mean, the king on c1, I know it was my idea, but I don't feel super safe on c1 or even if I get to b1.
But, Fiona, if Hikaru does play this g6 move, the issue is Maksudolu is just going to ignore it. He's going to play something like pawn to h4. And anytime we try and capture the white pawn, then Maksudolu will be like, yeah, sure, you took my pawn, but I was already up 2 of those.
Yeah.
And now after knight to g3, there's nothing you can do to prevent me from getting a long-term stay at the f5 square for that knight, because now there's no black pawns able to chase it. So this pawn is working kind of like a decoy. It's better being there than not being there, because even though it's captured, it would then lure the black pawn away from controlling the square. It's the paradox in chess that I feel like it hasn't been made enough of a point out of, that a square, a piece doesn't control the square it's on. Like this bishop on e7, it's controlling all of these squares it's pointing in towards, but it's actually never doing an effort on its own square. And that's kind of the same thing about these pawns, that we want to make the trade so that our next pawn can come up and attack while having a protector. But if Maksudolu just ignores this situation, and when the pawn reaches the f5 square, it's actually no longer controlling the f5 square. The pawn is better on g6 to control the f5 square than it is actually being there, because then you don't have control, and the knight can come in and get just a dominating position.
I think that's a really interesting point. I never thought of it in those terms, but I'll certainly remember it. Hammer, I think with Parham in the tank now, this might be our last chance for a break because the players are getting very low on time. This is our last chance for a break before the time control, I feel. So we're going to do that now. We'll be back very soon with this game, which I mean, has exploded to live a long time ago, but things are about to get really intense here. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you very soon. Welcome back, everyone. And things are happening in this game. Jon Ludwig, let's catch up with what's been happening since we went on break.
Yeah, so Parham has given up a pawn. So his reasoning is that the black rook was looking at the d5 pawn, and it was very difficult to defend that one. So he might as well just give up the pawn under what he considers favorable circumstances. But the move he played, pawn to d6, actually gets a question mark from chess.com. After the bishop takes the pawn, here we see the idea. The bishop no longer controls the f6 square, so Parham moves up there to try and create some trouble for the pawns close to the black king. Hikaru responds with bishop to e5, which computer said was the best move. But I just started wondering, what happens if we take the bishop? If you take the bishop, you open up on the d file, which allows the rook to come in. But the idea I had is that, well, now the pawn captures on g7, attacking the rook. And if the rook moves to the side, then the knight will come in, attacking both the king and the rook. And you still have this pawn only one step away from becoming a new queen. But yeah, look at this. Queen g6, that solves everything. The queen just comes in to fix the situation and will be able to capture the pawn on the next move. So
there's also a big threat of queen e4 check. So this looking very good. I think for that reason, Parham will not give up the queen.
And then the question becomes,
e5?
Sorry?
Do you think he might have missed bishop e5?
No. But maybe he underestimated it. That does happen. So Parham instead is going to capture on g7. And then Hikaru can recapture. And then Hikaru has this pressure against the d4 pawn. And if that pawn moves forward, well, that opens up the diagonal for the bishop to capture the pawn on b2. So I don't really see that happening. Instead, what I think is going to happen here is that Magsudlu is going to castle. He's going to give up a second pawn in the center and try to claim that he has a superior knight compared to the black bishop. And he would be right if he could get his knight to the f5 square. So essentially, that's what Magsudlu is aiming for right now. He's trying to get his knight to this f5 square, which is why he went to try and force the trade between these two pawns. We actually discussed something similar before going on break when we talked about how if these two pawns are both gone from the board, the knight will be incredibly strong if it can get to the f5 square. So moving into these lines, not sacrificing the queen, but rather capturing on g7 and then castling. I guess the question becomes, can Magsudlu get his knight to f5? And based on the fact that the computer feels this position is equal, if not better, for black, that kind of stands to reason that, well, probably the computer feels like you can't get the knight where you want it to go.
You know, I think someone in the chat a minute ago made an interesting point. Roughly half an hour ago, I was going to say, I don't know what's going to happen in this game, but I don't think it's going to be a draw. And now I'm not so sure, because someone made the point in the chat that the kings, especially right now with the white king still in the center of the board, only one in the live position, with both kings so open, you could imagine some scenarios where there's going to be a perpetual somewhere, but we're still far away from that. I don't even know. I think the kings are such an interesting element of this position. Will Parham actually go for queenside castles? Which side would you rather play of this position right now?
That's a very difficult question. I guess I would be white.
How would you react to rook takes d4?
I mean, I would probably play queen f3, but that would be a blunder. It's a queen c6 with the double attack.
Yeah.
No, you need to find this queen to c2 move. You need to see that you don't have to be afraid of the rook coming in to attack both the queen and king, because then the knight has a counter against the king and against the rook. And then in order to avoid that, black is going to have to castle. And now moving the rook over is a big threat. So white will have to trade.
Yeah.
And then after bishop takes, now you go with the knight to f5. Yeah, so I would probably take white, and then the computer keeps saying that black is winning if I play the moves I want to play. So I think this is still very, very double-edged. I think Maksudlu is not managing to do what he set out to do, which was to get the knight to f5. It turns out when we follow the computer's top choices, we figure out that this king is actually rather facing unpleasantness, and the knight is really struggling, making its way to the f5 square.
In this line, after black castle kingside, just a few moves back, I was wondering, instead of taking on d4, I just wanted to play king b1 and just step out of this c file.
I guess the rook still attacks the queen. And if the queen moves to the e file, it becomes so easy for Hikaru to put pressure down on the queen.
Yeah, maybe queen d3 instead of queen e2 to not step into this pin.
Yeah, but then you're not protecting this square, which feels like it could be an issue. I was thinking even something like queen to d4. Like, if the queens are traded, there's no way you're getting your knight to the f5 square. Well, partly because if the queens are traded, having the knight on the great outpost becomes pretty much worthless. Because that knight was good because it was going to contribute in an attack. And without the queens on the board, there's no attack. So what are you going to do with that knight then? And in fact, it's Hikaru with his bishop that's making the threats towards the opponent's pawns. So no, I'm starting. My instinct is I like white, but then as we move through the variations, I keep not managing to complete the plans I want. And the computer keeps saying black is winning, black is winning, black is winning. So I would say it's still a position with big risks for both players. But I think Hikaru now is completely fine, and he's legitimately fighting for the win, and has decent chances to do so.
Also, as we see Parham just capture on g7 there, he now has a 4-minute edge on the clock, which 4 minutes doesn't sound like much, but remember, we're only on move 21, so there's 20 moves to go until the time control. I see Mr. Bach is in the chat with us asking, Hammer, how would you rate the win, draw, loss percentages here?
Well, one thing I will say about Mr. Bach is that we talked yesterday about Hikaru landing himself in some time issues. And Hikaru actually, I kind of dismissed some of Benjamin's thoughts and argued against it. But when Hikaru came in the interview after the game, he basically said all the same things that Benjamin had said about being indecisive, about not playing quickly enough. And Benjamin also made the point that you need to sit at the board when you're so low on time, as they were yesterday. Today, they're even lower on time. And here, Hikaru has only one move available to him. The black pawn was captured by the white pawn, now one square away from becoming a new queen. You have to recapture the pawn. But now Hikaru is losing a couple of minutes because he's out on a walk. And those minutes could be crucial given that both players are so low on time, given that, they calculated through an amazing opening with just rife with potential for both players. So, I mean, there's a good reason why they spent their time, but having spent that time, Hikaru should be at the board more often than he normally would.
Yeah, and bada boom, shala, or whatever it's saying. Hikaru's always at the board in his mind, though, even when not physically. That's true for pretty much all of the players of this level, but even though you have the position in your mind, that's not going to help you make the move telepathically. So hopefully Hikaru will return soon. People asking where do they go when they're away from the board. They will either be looking at other games in the playing hall or maybe going to the bathroom. So one or the other, maybe getting a refreshment as well. When Hikaru comes back, he will capture on g7, and then I think a big decision for white in that position. And Parham now gets this, I think the point you're getting at, Parham now gets these 2 extra minutes because he knows the move which will happen. So he is using the time right now. Also, I see the comment in the chat. When he comes for the interview, please tell him not to do this. Hammer, I'll leave that to you. And
okay, here we see on the board that bishop takes g7 has been played, and Parham does not castle like I thought he would. Instead, he pushes the pawn forward in the center. He tries to keep his pawn, but in doing so, he opens up the diagonal for the bishop to capture the white pawn on b2.
And yeah, I mean, we thought this was something Parham wasn't going to allow, so let's see what happens if Hikaru takes the pawn.
You're trying to make up its mind. There's a lot of different options for the Iranian. Oh,
actually,
I
he's
guess
made up his mind already.
Yeah, so Hikaru took the pawn. Parham goes rook to a2. So he's both threatening the bishop and, let's do this in green, giving protection to his own pawn.
Mm-hmm.
And so then the bishop will have to move. What happens if you go all the way back? For some reason, the computer would like Hikaru to put this bishop on e5, but I don't think that's going to happen. Putting the bishop on that square. Sorry?
You feel the bishop is a bit too loose in the center, or?
Yeah, it's unprotected. It could also be attacked. For instance, with the rook pointing in towards the bishop and the king behind it. it feels wrong.
Yeah.
And sometimes you gotta trust your instincts, and other times the computer says you should make a move that goes against all your instincts. And yeah, I'm expecting Hikaru to move all the way back. But then the computer feels white is a little bit better. Not
And
that
the
I
computer
understand
wants
why.
it to go. I think
Yeah,
castling makes a lot of sense now. Finally get the
castling
king out
makes
of it.
sense. It's just I don't understand why white would be better here. That's the part I'm struggling with. Like,
Pass
how can the
pawn.
computer feel this is good for white?
Can white make an argument that the pawn is gonna run quickly?
Well, so the good
Not
thing,
immediately, yeah.
yeah, the good thing about having gotten rid of the white pawn on f5 is that now we do have this opportunity to chase the knight away from its good square. If we move back a couple of moves here, we never had the opportunity to chase the knight because the white pawn was blocking for our pawn to come up and chase it away. So in that regard, the development has been very fortuitous for Hikaru, in that the knight is now not going to be an eternal monster. It's going to be kind of annoying, but when the time is right, you can kick it away from its position.
So let's first bring a rook behind the pawn. I don't know if rook d1 or rook d2. I mean, the rook on a1 isn't, on a2 isn't really doing much, so maybe that makes more sense.
And then pawn to f5 chases the knight out of the way.
Knight.
The knight can try to do a
What
counterattack
happens
on
if
the
knight
pawn.
g5? Trying to hop into e6?
Yeah, so you can try to get to the e6 square with a double attack on the rooks. But then queen over attacks the knight. The knight cannot move because of the king behind it. You can cover with the queen. And then once again, you have this idea of getting the knight in. But pawn to f4 attacks the queen. The queen moves back. The pawn just continues forward. What a play. The idea being that you cannot capture this pawn with the knight, because then after rook takes f3, you cannot take the rook, since the black queen is staring down on the white king. And somehow, after bishop h6, this is very good for black. That was a tricky variation. But I feel like it should be okay for Hikaru somehow. But Fiona, look at this.
Bishop e5, the top computer choice. Okay.
Yeah, I still don't get it. Well, maybe.
Okay, I guess the bishop is pointing down at h2. Is that one of the ideas?
Maybe we can sacrifice?
Oh, let's take a look at that, actually. But queen h3, yeah?
So we can try to remove all the pawns in front of the king, and then move the queen in. Yeah, but the problem is, even though we have both the rook and the queen working together, the knight blocks quite easily.
And Jon Ludwig Hammer, bishop e5, as chat is pointing out, is the wooden shield.
How did I do this the last time? This?
Close
it doesn't
enough.
even match. It's such a good wooden shield, it kind of went out of bounds. Too good of a wooden shield.
Okay, bishop e5. So if you're white, I guess you still want to castle? despite the bishop being on e5?
Well, okay, so what I think the idea is, I'm definitely not sure I'm right, but the idea behind this placement could be that when the knight tries to move to the f5 square, we just take it out. So if Magsudolu goes knight g3 here, yeah, okay, computer didn't like that.
Computer doesn't like very many of our moves.
Oh,
today,
yeah,
to
well,
be
my
fair.
suggestions have not really met a lot of approval today.
Okay, it's a very difficult position, to be fair. I mean, I'm so glad that we are sitting here commentating and not at the board with 18 minutes on the clock.
Now can we take it? This should be fine for black.
Yeah. If he wants to make a draw. Do you not
Oh, you
feel that
think
Hikaru is
Hikaru's...
made? I think he's
Think he
looking
wants
for
to
more.
win? Yeah, maybe.
I
I don't
think
know.
so.
Ooh, Magsudolu wants to win. We forgot about that being a thing.
Wow.
Rook g1, he's preventing black from castling the king. Now the king is stuck.
But now what I mentioned earlier might come into play. Now the two kings are going to get stuck in the center, which opens some possibility that there might be a perpetual somewhere.
Yes, but part of the brilliance of preventing Hikaru from castling is that because white got on this g file first, it means the black rook is really struggling to get into the game. Castling was the best way for the rook to get involved, but now that castling has been prevented, how do you get this guy into the game? And I mean, Hikaru could potentially capture the pawn on h2, but then the computer says queen c3, ignoring the threat to the rook, but instead making a counter threat on the black rook. After takes, you don't take the rook?
I mean, taking the rook is good enough, yeah?
Yeah, but look at this. Knight f6, check. King moves. Knight d7, check.
Oh my god.
Attacking both the king and the queen. The rook has to take the knight. Then queen comes in, check. King has no choice. Now this guy suddenly gets involved. Check on the king. King moves up. And then the queen, check. King only has one square. And the rook in for the checkmate.
Unbelievable. What a mate. You know, the chat is wondering, is it time for Hikaru to look for a queen trade in the live position with queen to e4?
Yeah, queen to d4. I like that move. Because the queen trade would solve the problem of this king not being able to castle. Like, we don't need to castle if we're not going to get attacked. And so if we manage to trade the queens, we're not going to get attacked, so life is going to be good. And after queen to d4, we also block the protection from the white queen on the white pawn. So we actually also make this pawn feel quite uncomfortable.
Yeah, I was wondering if you can keep the queens on the board, but I don't think so. I mean, queen f3, you'll simply take on d5, and I don't have anything. Yeah,
yeah, it looks kind of good. Yeah, so queen d4, I think it's just a necessity, but it's also super safe. And Hikaru does go for that move. And now there's no chance Hikaru's losing this game.
But do you think there's a chance he's winning, or do you think this is just very equal?
No, I think this now it's very safe for Hikaru, and there's a decent chance he's going to win because the pawn on d5 is pressured by the black rook. And this is a theme we had yesterday. And yesterday, Hikaru's opponent played the semi-Tarash, and today Hikaru played the Tarash. So it's not so strange that the same idea of black having 2 against 1 on the on the queen side of the board, that gives you the potential of advancing those pawns, trying to become new queens, and as such, winning the game with that strategy. And yesterday, we did see Hikaru's opponent giving up a bishop in order to advance those pawns along the side of the board. And Hikaru had no choice but to just perpetually check the opponent's king in order to avoid one of those pawns becoming a new queen. So I feel like I recognize a lot of themes from yesterday's game. I feel like without the queens on the board, this is very, very safe for Hikaru. No chance he's going to lose. There's a fair chance he's going to win. I would say like 80% chance of a draw and 20% chance of a win. And he's just
and now 0% lost chances.
I think so, because now that the queens get taken off the board, the bishop is going to showcase why it's better appreciated than the knight, because bishops are really good long distance pieces, and that especially counts in a position where all of white's pawns are isolated. None of them are standing next to each other, working together, defending each other like Hikaru's pawns are doing here on the queen side. So, like, Hikaru has the better pawn structure. Hikaru has the better minor piece. Hikaru has the easier plan for attacking a pawn in the center. I'm really, really surprised that the computer feels like that this is an equal position, very, very slightly better for black. In my mind, this is problematic for Magsudulu, and I think the next half hour is going to prove me right on that.
Well, let's just follow down some of the top computer lines to try and get a better feel for why the computer thinks this is just equal. So if we take on d4, takes, and then rook d2. I'm surprised that the computer wants to push the d-pawn immediately. If I was playing white, I would be very wary about putting my pawn on a dark square. So
that's what I'm saying. Like, white has to find very accurate moves to try and kind of equalize the game. And even when you do play the top computer choice, you're still going to be in trouble, because even though the knight here comes in with a double attack on the king and on the pawn, turns out bishop, really good piece, can get involved attacking both the rook, and the rook cannot move because of the king behind it. So I'm a big fan of Hikaru's position right now, and I take back what I said about this Magsudulu rook to g1, making sure the king cannot castle. Well, now that Hikaru gets the queen trade, he doesn't need to castle, so it's just not a problem anymore. And yeah, Hikaru has great pressure on white's position.
Jan Ludwig, as Parham is thinking here, shall we quickly update Magnus's game and see what's been happening there? Because it's been a while, and then we'll come back here right away.
Okay, so we had this situation where we thought pawn to c6 would solve everything for black. Instead, Kartekian, he does castle intriguingly, and then pawn to a3 forces the bishop back. Pawn to a4 wants to open up. And we saw here that after bishop to b4, there was some kind of a trade and then a knight sacrifice that the computer liked for Magnus. But instead, Kartekian, he moves the bishop back, which is safer. And now Magnus just retreats his knight. So Magnus doesn't even try to attack. And why doesn't black just play pawn to c6 and have everything defend each other? I'm not sure why he wouldn't want this. Instead, rook. Okay, rook on the open file. I guess that's fine. Trade opening up for the rook along the side. That's fine. Knight to e4. Interesting. So Magnus wants to make this trade because he wants to get his bishop involved. And after king forward, Magnus is aiming down towards the king. Queen blocks. Ooh, and now Magnus can get back his pawn. Magnus can trade the knights. And after the knight trade, we've opened up between the bishop and the pawn on f7. Should probably avoid the queen trade happening on black's terms and give yourself doubled pawns. So let's say queen takes queen, king takes queen, bishop takes pawn. And here Magnus is fine, I think.
So what, rook e7, rook f8, rook...
Yeah, here Magnus is fine. He has the two bishops. And he has a 3 versus 2 on the far side of the board, away from the black king. So, yeah, Magnus was in big trouble, but he's fighting back, and his opponent only has 3 minutes, 47 seconds left. And they're getting an additional 30 minutes after they make 40 moves. But they're only on move 22. So there's a fair chance Magnus's opponent might blunder in time scramble.
What did I say when we left this? I still like Magnus's chances. I still like Magnus's chances right now. I know the position has changed a bit, but yeah, it looks Magnus is out of the woods. The other game we were checking in, Jordan resigned there a while ago, didn't survive much longer. We can very quickly see how this game concluded before we head back to Hikaru.
Yeah, it was just... Yeah, it was just a complete disaster. The queen came in against the king, and then the rook got involved as well. And yeah, just devastating. And look at this. Rook takes bishop. Very cute. The queen cannot capture the knight because then the white queen will be able to give checkmate. But the pawn cannot take the knight either because then it will open up between the queens. So it turns out this knight, completely undefended in the center, was safe. And with an extra knight and having an attack, white, of course, ended up winning the game.
Jan Ludwig, I know we just came from there, but let's go back to Magnus, because Magnus has just played bishop takes h6.
Imagine facing that move when you're Kartekian and you're kind of just, you're facing Magnus Carlsen and he sacrifices his bishop on the edge of the board. But cooler heads might prevail. So here the idea was that if the bishop is captured, then the knight will be able to capture the black knight. And after the trade, Magnus will have a good pressure against the black pawns in a materially equal position. But rook takes knight. Did Magnus miss that move? Now, after the rook recaptures, the bishop can be taken because now there's no more knight to capture the black knight. And here, Kartekian would have 2 knights in trade for a rook, and the computer evaluates this as very favorable for black. Wow, so big action going on in Magnus's game. Magnus, I mean, we can see him in the background of Hikaru's camera.
Do you think bishop takes h6 was induced by his opponent being so low on time?
I mean, for sure it was, but at the same time, like, how often do you see Magnus just blunder like this? I mean, the fact that Magnus hasn't moved yet in response to rook takes knight, that just tells you Magnus hadn't seen this. So Magnus probably looked at knight takes knight, and then rook recaptures, and then if pawn takes bishop, Magnus saw that he could take the rook and then open up for his bishop and queen against the d5 knight. But he hadn't seen the idea to capture with a rook first and then take the bishop with the idea these knights are still protecting each other. And yeah, that's just a blunder from Magnus.
Yeah, these knights are very powerful knights. We'll come back here. For now, let's go back to Hikaru, where a few moves have been made as well.
Okay. What is the time situation? That's my first question. So the queens were traded off. That kind of had to happen because otherwise, if you avoid the queen trade, Hikaru could just capture the white pawn in the center. And after the queen trade, rook to e2, the rook is pointing down towards the black king. We cannot capture the pawn on d5, because if knight to c3, attacking the rook and attacking the king, the rook would actually be able to escape from that by moving in between. However, knight to f6 sees the knight and the rook attack the king. And as a general, this is a good rule to know that whenever there's a double check, 2 different pieces attacking the king, whenever there's a double check, you can't block it. And you can't capture the piece giving the check because there's 2 of them. So in double checks, the only thing you can do is move the king, but then you're not going to be able to save the rook with the knight also attacking that one. So Hikaru needs to move his king out of the white rook's path, and he chooses to move forward, which is good news for the rook in the corner, because now that rook can join the game. But it's bad news for the other rook, who is no longer attacking the white pawn in the center.
It's still such a tricky position. I was just looking at it and I'm like, okay, if I'm white, what do I want to do here? Do I want to improve the rook from g1? Do I want to improve the knight? I'm always tempted by moves like knight g5, just, you know, 1-move threat, but I guess I run into maybe even rook g8, self-pinning, which doesn't seem like a great idea. So yeah, knight g5, not a move I want to make. But then what? Do you feel the knight is well placed on e4 at the moment?
It's very well placed, and that's why the computer is advocating rook to g5 for Magsudulu. Because right now, Hikaru is threatening to go f5, which would force the knight away from its very good placement. But rook to g5 takes control of the f5 square, making sure that the black pawn cannot advance there.
Yeah, and I guess also if the rook from h8 ever moves, maybe rook h5 will come in?
Yeah, maybe, or yeah, and there's definitely potential for attacking these black pawns. And it's nice for the rook to stay on a light square because Hikaru, with the dark squared bishop, he's lacking some light squared control. And rook g5 has indeed been played. And I was saying Hikaru's definitely better. Now I'm starting to think I was wrong about that because I really like the rook's long-term placement on the f5 square. It's going to be attacking the black pawn and defending the white pawn and making sure that the knight in the center cannot be chased away. So, I mean, what more can you ask of a rook?
What are the new percentages here?
Yeah, no, I'm not giving any percentages anymore. I was so bad at it the last time. I don't want to make a mess of it yet again.
But you still feel, I guess, that a draw is the most likely result?
Yeah, draw is definitely the most likely, yeah. But Magsudulu is suddenly down like 6 minutes on the clock. I don't know. I feel like Magsudulu was under pressure, but now with the rook arriving at the f5 square, I feel like Hikaru's going to realize, oh, I wish he hadn't gotten there so easily.
Is there a way to bail out for either side here? Do you see a way that this game could? No?
No. But that's what makes this game interesting, right? Well,
Okay,
actually, now that I thought about it, so rook c8 was played. Hikaru's trying to get his rook in back behind the white pawns to be better able to attack them. And now, after rook to f5, I think for sure that's going to be played, attacking the pawn on f7. Hikaru's going to have to be defensive with his rook to protect. And here, knight to f6 attacks the king and attacks the pawn on h7, which forces Hikaru to take the knight. And then after the rook recaptures, there's a threat along the 6th rank. And this, I think, certainly would be a draw without the imbalance of the knight versus the bishop. Then we don't actually have that much to play for. This position very much revolves around which piece is better, the knight or the bishop, the long distance piece with the bishop, or the knight because it cannot be chased away and it can attack both the dark squares and the light squares, which we kind of see here indicated by how Magsudulu is placing his pieces. Notice how he's putting all his pieces on the light squares. That's because the bishop cannot attack them there. And indeed, this did happen. Rook to f5 attacks the pawn. The rook comes in to defend, and Magsudulu just trades down to a draw. What a tense game, but then, I don't know, a slightly disappointing finish, if you ask me.
I think yes and no. Yes, that it would fizzle out into this is not what we wanted, but I also think that it was such a fighting game, so many back and forths, that I feel a draw overall is a fair result, no?
Yeah. No, it's the problem with chess, right? That fighting games often, and they shake hands as well. It was clear to both players that when the knight and bishops are traded off, there's just it's never going to happen for either side.
I think we should leave the analysis of the game until Hikaru comes, because I'm sure we're both very curious and interested to hear what he has to say. I think what we will do instead right now is go back to Magnus's game and see, is Magnus going to lose another game. Time is also ticking down here. Black under 2 minutes for Kartikeyan. And I think we just missed a couple of moves here.
So rook captures on e4, probably a move Magnus missed because he spent 3 minutes to recapture. If he had seen that move, he would have recaptured instantly because, well, if you don't recapture, then you lose a rook. And then Kartikeyan, he takes on h6. Magnus moves his rook back. So Magnus is trying to attack the queen because right now the queen and the knight, the only defenders in the center. And if the queen is forced away, then white will win the game. However, king b8 is a good move because now after rook attacking the queen can step back while still keeping the knight safe.
Yeah, so instead of rook c1, is there a better try? I mean, the position looks really, really bad because even though black doesn't have much time on the clock, he has now achieved what you were discussing earlier. All the pieces are defending one another so well that it's not easy to see where does Magnus want to come in at all, or how does he even want to create some threats. It's such a big problem for Magnus that he doesn't have either a c pawn or an e pawn, which means that this knight on d5 is an absolute monster, and I'm just not sure how you're going to ever dislodge it.
Especially now, if Magnus like tries to bring both his rooks up along the edge of the board, then queen to b7, followed by pawn to c6. This is the key for black. You don't want the knight in the center to be dependent on the queen to defend it, because that queen is an important piece and has bigger responsibilities than defending the knight. So Kartikeyan, he really wants to get this situation where the pawn can take over the queen's defensive task. But even here, takes, rook comes in, check on the king. If the king moves up, then the queen comes in with a very scary looking attack. But the only alternative to moving the king up is giving up your queen. And that's kind of scary. Yeah, you have a rook, a knight, and a bishop in trade of a queen and a pawn, but these pawns are rushing forward, which can be a bit scary to play against.
For sure. And chat was asking, what move are they on? So the live position, king b8, is moved 25. So 15 moves to go, which is a lot of moves. But Magnus time also ticking down 10 minutes now. Do you feel this is his best chance for Magnus?
Yeah, I think so. So black essentially, like, I guess Magnus could also play something like g4 and just try and rush the pawns. And then if the rook tries to come over to stop it, then you make the trade in the center. Because every time the trade in the center happens, black has to take back with a knight, because otherwise this knight is unprotected. And when the knight recaptures, the queen will be able to capture the pawn on f7, attacking the rook. The rook needs to stay close to the king to keep it defended. But here, like, you could imagine a scenario where these pawns are rather scary, making their way up the board, trying to become a new queen. Maybe you need to execute it a bit better than what I did, but there's definitely some. It's very scary facing these white pawns advancing.
100%. By the way, guys, some good news on boards 3 and 4, which if it wasn't for the allocated boards would be the top 2 boards, have both ended in draws, which I think is good news for Hikaru, which means He remains half a point behind. Chat is asking if we could check in with Paravian against Gukesh, where Gukesh seems to be in some trouble.
Again? I feel like every time we check in on Gukesh's games, we always say he's in trouble.
Let's see. I have to admit, I haven't been paying close attention. And by the way, guys, Hikaru will be with us in 15 minutes, so we'll hear from him then. I have to admit, it feels like forever ago that I was commentating with you on the first 2 rounds. I haven't followed the tournament super closely, so I'll trust you. But for someone who's been in trouble so much, I mean, Gukesh being on 4.5, not the end of the world, right? But let's see. Let's take a look at his position here.
Yeah, so Gukesh has a rook more than his opponent. In trade of this rook, Paravian has a pawn and a knight. So just judging by the number of pieces, you would think Black is winning. And then you look at the kings and you see that the Black king has 3 pawns in front of it, while the White king has only 2, and the 2 white pawns aren't even next to each other. So like every indicator is telling us that Gukesh should be winning. And then why isn't he? What is the problem here? And so what has happened is that this pawn formation for white, with the pawns protecting each other, is just proving incredibly effective at neutralizing the black bishop that has nowhere good to go, and also the 2 rooks. The 2 rooks are on the same file, pointing down towards a white pawn, but that white pawn is protected by another pawn. So you're not getting anywhere there. White has a bishop that can move on the light squares, whereas black has a bishop that's on the dark squares. White has put their pawns on dark squares, which neutralize the dark squared bishop for the opponent, but black, on the other hand, has put most of their pawns on the dark squares, which means that the light squared bishop is able to kind of reign free on the board without being challenged. And so this is a really interesting position in that, based on number of pawns in front of the king and material count, this should be winning for black. When the fact of the matter is that the computer right now is saying white is winning. And that's pretty much all thanks to the bishop and the light square control the bishop offers, and the potential attack white can have pointing down on the black king. So really, really impressive play so far by Paravian. And let's see if he can finish it, because Gukesh is not going to go down without a fight.
Yeah, 6 minutes now for Paravian, who's yet to make his move. I really like rook g3. I think the black king, you talked about the light squares, that king is in a world of pain. It will never be safe anywhere. The h-file isn't safe because there are no pieces that you can block a check with when it comes along the h-file. And I mean, I was even thinking of plans like maybe at some point bishop c2, queen d1, just trying to bring a bishop to d3 somehow. There must be better ways maybe there are better ways to do it, but I was wondering, how does black even meet such a plan?
So plenty to be afraid of for Gukesh. Paravian, of course, was Hikaru's opponent yesterday, and he proved himself as quite a dangerous player. And let's see if he can play as well when low on time today as he did against Hikaru.
I don't know if you discussed it yesterday, but Paravian won Gibraltar in 2020. So he's certainly no stranger to doing well in these super strong open tournaments. Shall we go back to Magnus?
Let me just pop in with another result. Pranav and Abdusaturov has made a draw, which means that they're going to sit on 5 points, the same amount of points as Hikaru.
Yeah,
so right now, it looks like we'll have pretty close to a status quo as far as the standings is concerned.
Well, with a lot of people joining the group on 5, though.
Yeah, joining the group on 5, but not on 5.5.
No.
So the question right now is Hikaru will be half a point behind the leaders. The question that remains is how many will the leaders be? Right now, there's 4 of them, but the winner of the game between Carlsen and Kartekian and the winner of the game between Paravian. No, actually, Gukesh cannot make it, or
yes, he can. Yeah.
Oh, he can. For some reason, I thought Gukesh was half a point behind. I'm telling you, Fiona, Gukesh has had some really tough positions and somehow managed to fight his way back. So we cannot count him out just yet. Okay, Bishop A6 was played. The rook is attacked. The rook moves, and then the knight. Oh, this is what you wanted, Fiona.
This is what I wanted. Get that bishop to C4.
When the bishop now gets to the C4 square, it will point down towards the queen and the king, and there's nothing Gukesh can do about it.
He's gonna have to give up the exchange and what? I mean, he'll be down an exchange and a pawn, yeah?
Oh, he'll be down a pawn.
Oh, sorry, what am I saying? Yeah, I'm losing my mind. I'm like, yeah, currently down in exchange. Okay.
But there's nothing he can do about it, because if he tries to move his king away, like you said, well, that's not going to help anyone, because the king is not safe on the edge. It's just going to have to step back into this devastating light squared control by the white bishop. So I think we're happy to say that Gukesh, I mean, he's going to lose. And then the question becomes, is Magnus going to come up and join the leaders? That would be bad, probably, in terms of winning the tournament for Hikaru. But good news, Magnus is losing. We've had a lot of moves coming in. So rook e2 played by Magnus, queen b7. We talked about this. Black wants to go pawn to c6 to solidify the situation. Gets a question mark from the computer, but the guy has 1 minute left. As long as he's not giving away his pieces for free, he's going to count that as a success. Magnus decides to trade his bishop for the knight because that opens up for him to capture a pawn. But afterwards, this black pawn has managed to solidify the position, also offering up to make a queen trade. Magnus says yes to the queen trade. Now the black bishop is attacking the pawn on d4. Magnus moves his rook to protect that pawn. And now king to c7. The king protects this guy. And the king approaches the d7 square, where it will protect the e6 square. So the only thing Magnus can do now is rook to e6 to try and attack the pawn on h6. And then after rook to h8, the king will try to chase the rook out, but Magnus will keep the rook pointing in towards that last black pawn on the king side.
And I think
maybe
therefore,
Magnus will save the draw, but he's not going to win.
But instead of rook h8, there was this really nice rook f8 move pointed out by the computer in this line, where you cannot take the pawn on h6 because of the pin along the e file. So if you take on h6, knight e3 is actually a fork, and you cannot capture because of the king, the pin. So after rook f8, I guess the idea.
Oh, he finds it.
Yeah. He's good.
I just didn't think he was going to find it, Fiona. That's why I didn't mention it. But rook f8 is on the board. The idea preventing rook takes pawn, that's fine enough. But the key is that when Magnus now plays something like, I don't know, king to g1 to avoid this, then you're able to defend the pawn on h6 much more effectively by going.
Yeah, I guess you're considering, do you want to exchange the rooks or not? Yeah.
Yeah, as a general rule, you don't want to trade rooks, is what I was taught about rook and bishop versus rook. In general, the knight and bishop, the knight and bishop likes to have a rook on their team. So my first instinct is to use the knight to block. The problem is if you use the knight, then the rook comes in and starts annoying the king. So Kartekian, he uses the rook. Oh, and Magnus can't trade the rooks because then the pawn on h5 is actually trapped.
Oh.
Of course you go with the rook because Magnus can't even make the trade.
Yeah, Kartikeyan is playing this so well.
And Magnus has to avoid the whole thing altogether, but now king d7 and black is super safe. The king controls the squares that white wants to use along the e file. And then you can work very gradually about improving your position to try and win the game long term.
Yeah, and it feels like the time situation, even though Kartikeyan only has a minute on the clock, shouldn't be such a big issue because there is simply not much danger left in his position. I think he will play king d7. It's such a natural and safe move. Yeah, it looks like Magnus is going down, which will allow Kartikeyan to join the group of leaders.
So king d7 was indeed played. Pawn to g3 from Magnus. Magnus wants to go king g2. He wants to gradually advance. So Magnus's plan here is very easy. He wants to go king g2 and then f4 and then king f3 and then g4. And if he's allowed to do all of this without black really doing anything in the meantime, then you will see a change on the eval button. Oh, you don't even see a change. Wow.
I agree. I'm shocked that you don't see a change. It looks incredibly scary to me.
Okay, so black can literally go back and forth and it's still okay.
Yeah. So what's happened in the game? After g3, Kartik played rook f5, hitting that pawn, and Magnus played the pawn yet again to defend. On h5.
G4 both attacks the rook and defends the pawn, but it weakens control of the f4 square, which is probably why black played this, because you want to provoke the pawn to move ahead so that the knight may utilize the f4 square later on.
I mean, it's tough to even find moves for white.
Well, I think you have to go rook e2, right? Because now I feel like Magnus needs to prevent this knight from getting to the e6 square. Like if the knight could attack this pawn in the center.
And if you push the pawn?
Well, if you push the pawn, then
I have to.
There's like you can take back, but then You lose quite an important guy of your own, and just long term, this is going to be winning for black, especially since you kind of took the sting out of the 3 pawns versus 1 situation. Magnus plays rook d3, so he wants to prevent knight f4. If that is played now, rook f3 wins the game, attacking the knight and the rook behind it.
That would be quite a cold shower.
Yeah, that would be rough. So let's not do that. Is bishop c7 a move?
What's your idea?
So bishop c7, the idea is to go knight f4 next. It wasn't like super complicated, but it's ridiculously effective.
Yeah.
So now knight f4 next, we don't have to be afraid of the rook coming in, attacking the knight and the rook behind it, because then we have pawn to d5, protecting our knight, but also chasing back white's rook. Okay, so bishop c7 would have been a good move. Instead, knight c7 is played. That was actually the engine's top choice. Ah, brilliant. You're threatening to go knight to e6, and Magnus cannot use both his rooks together against that e6 desired square for the knight, because then after d5, the rook is actually trapped.
That is such a cute trap. After rook e5, you just take on d4, and there's nowhere else you can go. Wow. Very, very impressive.
So now pawn to d5 is coming next move. Magnus is going to have to move his rook away. But when the rook moves away, the rook will no longer be protecting the pawn on d4, which will be an issue as the black knight reroutes itself to point in towards that pawn.
Can I play rook f4 here?
Ooh.
Oh, what did I find? I found one way to make things.
Yeah, Magnus is trying to make some
winning,
traps.
but it's scary.
Yeah. This is gonna make you a nervous wreck.
Yeah, no, I don't want.
This is the kind of thing where you start being very, very scared.
Yeah.
But instead, yeah, so knight e6. What's wrong with this?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Hey, how's it going, you guys?
Hey.
Hey, Hikaru. We're watching Magnus.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, yeah. I mean, I won't. I'll just provide some commentary of that while we wait. Obviously, yeah. I mean, it's a very, very tense situation right now. Obviously, with Magnus's game. I mean, he's in a lot of trouble here, right? After knight g5.
Well, I mean, I would maybe just take the pawn, but
then rook f3.
Yeah, take the pawn, rook f3, maybe attack this pawn. I feel like no matter what black does, you're gonna have a really, really, really good chance of winning.
Yeah, I mean, and also they're at move 40, right? So I mean, it's like
no, move 39 now.
No. But I'm saying rook g7 will obviously be played here, right? I mean, it's the only move that makes any sense. I mean, you can't trade the rooks to the 3-on-1 on the king side. So rook g7, rook takes d5, rook g4, and then what? Yeah, but you're right because even here after rook takes b5, there's knight d4, right, which wins the game.
Well, I was just going to go bishop c5.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. You're right. I mean that is true. Actually, you're right. That's probably is just good. Yeah, I mean, Karthikeyan obviously very, very, very strong player. I remember he played in Gibraltar a few years back, and I think I played him very early in the event, and I beat him in Najdorf. I was playing with black because he played this bishop d3 line and got a bad position very quickly and lost. But then, as I recall, he went on to win quite a few games after that. I think he beat Matlikov and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave as well. So, I mean, he's another very, very strong player who can put it together when he has to. And also, I feel like in this game, Magnus did gamble. Like, Magnus went for this bishop takes h6, which I think was a big gamble. And I mean, it doesn't look like it's going to pay off here, but we'll see.
Ooh,
Do you
he
think
finds
he
rook
got the
takes
gambit, or
c4.
do you think he just missed rook takes e5?
No, I mean,
rook
he
takes
spent a lot
e4.
of time. No, he spent a lot of time before playing it, right? I mean, he spent like I feel like he spent at least 15 to 20 minutes. I mean, maybe you guys don't see it, but he definitely thought for a long time
Oh
before
yeah, he
playing
spent
this.
9 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, again, I had my own game to focus on, so
Mhm. But then after rook
yeah.
takes e4, he spent 3 minutes. Is that not weird?
Yeah, I mean, of course, he should not have spent any time. I mean, he's doing what I did against Provian, same thing. I mean, it's like you have an obvious move, just play the move right away, and then think on the next turn. So he's doing exactly what I did. But my general read was that Magnus gambled. He basically figured he has to win this game, and so he gambled, thought that he could probably pull the Magnus effect. And Karthikeyan, like seemingly every Indian except for Vichy, is giving Magnus a complete it's a nightmare for Magnus to play these Indians.
Well, actually, Hikaru. So this is Magnus's 6th Indian in this tournament. Yeah. And so far, Magnus has scored 4.5 out of 5.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, he was very close to losing against Pranesh. I mean, if we're being honest, I know he drew that game, but he was very close to losing.
Yeah, but he didn't.
Sure, but I'm just saying, like, they just keep coming. It's one after another, and I mean, I think, you know, for Magnus, it feels to me very similar to when Fischer kind of walked away from the game, you know, because he walked away at the peak, and there are all the Soviets who are up and coming. I mean, obviously he beat Boris Spassky, but then you had Anatoly Karpov. I mean, I don't think Gary was quite there yet, but you had Karpov, and then you know you had Gary, and I think Fischer actually saw that a lot of Soviets were going to be coming after him, and I think Magnus probably is realizing that, you know, all the Indians are coming for him now. I mean, these aren't even the top ones, and they're still giving Magnus very, very difficult time. And that's before he gets to the big boys like Gukesh and Pragnanantas. So I think for Magnus, this is his future. He's gonna have to like play against one Indian after another. All the disciples of Vichy are coming for him.
Yeah, I really like that analogy. I don't know. I don't know. Up one of the earlier days, but I don't know if
disciple is the right word, by the way. I'm not sure if it's apostle or disciple, what it is, but I mean, the bottom line is that there's just like they're a dime a dozen. They're all really, really good. Like, as I said, Karthikeyan's the guy who in Gibraltar, I think that was 2018. I could have it wrong, but I mean, it's something like he lost to me, and then I think he won like 5 games in a row or something. He finished half a point out of first place, I think. I mean, someone in chat can correct me if I'm wrong, but basically a very, very strong player, and he's sitting on this like 26-11 rating, but he beat Maxime, he beat a bunch of other good players in that tournament too. So it's not that surprising, and he's not even the top one. So it really does speak volumes to how strong these Indian players are, and frankly the contribution that Vichy has made, that there's so many of these Indian players who are up and coming, and I mean, India definitely is the future of chess.
Yeah, on that topic, Hikaru, I've noticed that almost all the Indian talents.
Should we go back to the live position, maybe, just while we discuss?
Yeah, sure. All the Indian players, not all, but very, very many of them are from the same region of India as Vichy. So is this like an Indian chess boom, or is it like a Vichy Tamil Nadu kind of thing?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a Vichy thing, more than anything. I'm not super familiar with all the stuff, but actually, you know, I am reading a book right now. What is the title? Let me Google it. Because I bought it on Amazon. I'm reading a book about this Indian math genius. That's the one. It's called The Man Who Knew Infinity. It's a book about Ramanujan, who was an Indian mathematician, came to a lot of theorems and proofs, which were well before their time. So I'm actually reading a book right now about the regions, or at least the early part of the book is about sort of the South versus the North. So I do think that's probably a regional thing specifically. I think it's the South, right? Where and yeah, sorry you guys if I mispronounced the name. I apologize, obviously. But anyways, but anyway, yeah, I mean, it seems like all the players do come from one region, and I mean, I think that speaks volumes about Vichy and all he's done for chess. I mean, it's phenomenal. It really is. All these guys are really, really good. It's crazy how good they are.
I think I read this really nice thing when India gets a new grandmaster, which most of them are, of course, very young. They get invited to Vishy's home for a session. I think
I don't know about that, but that's pretty amazing if that's true. That's awesome, actually.
I think, okay, I'm sure chat can either confirm or deny, but I thought that was such a nice touch. And yeah, Vishy, as you're saying, is doing so much. I think he is also involved with some training camps with the leading players. The time control has been reached. Hikaru, your game was not uninteresting either. Shall we go there?
Yeah, sure. I mean, my game was a pretty pretty poor game, I think, from both of us, frankly. I mean, like it starts on like move 7 after Parham played A3. Yeah. It starts with this A3 move, and I mean, basically, like I hadn't looked at this super closely, and like I'd looked at some other moves, and for example, E3 C4 is one variation. I knew that when Parham played A3, very specifically, the reason was to stop C4. That C4 is not as effective because there's never a bishop B4 check idea, and so Parham played A3, and then like my first thought was, okay, like I mean C4, it feels wrong, it's probably bad. And then I started looking at other things, and I thought it's maybe slightly worse with the isolated pawn on D5, and I'm like, okay, well, let's look at C4 again. Then I thought, okay, I don't see that it's just losing on the spot, so let's just play it. And of course, this whole cycle of thinking is just, I mean, that's not how you want to play chess. I don't care what level you're at. It's that's definitely not right. So it's like I knew it was wrong, and then I looked at everything else, and I'm like, okay, I'm not happy. So then I'm like, okay, let's look at C4 again. And then when I saw that it wasn't just losing by 4s, I'm like, let's just play it. Of course, it's a horrible move. I think I'm in a lot of trouble after bishop takes F6 in the game. So takes, yeah, and then queen A4, knight D7. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, how bad this really is, but it just looks really bad. And he played knight E5 here, which I thought was pretty good. And yeah, and apparently, what, A6 is okay or something?
Yeah,
really?
A6 was really intriguing.
Wow. Okay, so we both just suck at chess. Wow, A6. Huh. Okay. Well. Yeah, we both suck. That's all it needs to be said. Yeah, I mean, I thought that I had to stop knight takes D5, it's the pawn, but I guess here after queen D8, this is like, yeah, I mean, we're getting into this stage in chess where it seems like, I mean, what even is somehow, because white has no development either, it's like a pawn doesn't matter. Like I really feel like chess is changing a lot in recent times, like because this position. I mean, now that I see it, it's like, okay, I guess it's fine. But like optically, black's just down a pawn and white has a big center after knight E5 here, or knight F8. Like, I mean, this really is not that bad for black after knight F8. I mean, just go back, knight F8, king F8, and this is barely okay. I mean, yeah, I don't understand. I don't understand chess. I'm just gonna say it. Like, I don't understand chess. You're down a pawn, white has a big center, and the computer basically just doesn't care at all, and it says it's completely fine. I mean, it reminded me, because there was another game also this round. It was being played by Pravian and Gukesh, and Pravian just sacked an exchange. And on first glance, when I looked at it, I was like, I thought that it was just nonsense and Pravian was in trouble. But then as I looked at it a little bit more, I suddenly realized like it was actually very, very dangerous. And I think Pravian went on to win. And so it feels like computers are basically just like they're showing us all these like imbalances, and it's like it doesn't even matter. It can be a pawn, it can be an exchange. It doesn't matter. Like nothing matters. It's always fine, or like there's always something. So yeah, I mean, this is just I mean, you're down a pawn, and white has a big center here, and it doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter. So yeah, I mean, when you look at chess with the computers these days, there are a lot of these positions where it's just very strange looking. It's really just very, very strange, honestly. Very, very strange.
Do you want to see something else that's strange?
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, yeah, like go forward. Like I know what that you're gonna say. Like I play rook D8, he goes E4. Yeah, I mean, and yeah, bishop C5 here and I'm better. Jeez, this is just ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, I didn't even consider bishop C5 here, but I did see it later. If you go back one move, I played A6. Yeah, takes, which is a double question mark move. Bishop F5, yeah. And after G4, I did see bishop C5 here. But I thought here, after bishop C5, I thought takes and bishop E2, and I thought I thought DC5. No, I'm just insane. Yeah, I'm just completely insane. I had bishop G4 and bishop E2, and I'm insane. I'm actually just insane. This is completely fine. No, I mean, this is just horrible. Yeah, and like even this, I'm down a pawn in the center of the board, but apparently I'm just much better. Like it's the same thing. Like when you look at games with computers nowadays, it's like nothing makes sense. It's like material doesn't matter. It's literally, do you have active pieces? That's like, I mean, it's just, yeah, chess these days more and more starts to feel very foreign to me. It really does. Like this position, I mean, when I look at it a little bit, I kind of get it. But like at the board, I thought I was just in a lot of trouble. So yeah, Hikaru sounded like an old man. Yes, you guys, I am old. But yeah, so this is the point. Is like nowadays, and this might have something to do, I feel like, with the whole like AlphaZero and Leela, AlphaZero specifically, but then like what they did with Leela, where, you know, chess is just changing. The way computers evaluate is so different than they used to. And so there are a lot of these positions that I'm looking at now, and it's very strange. I mean, it's just like there was also the game from the Chess Champions Tour where Magnus sacked his queen for like a knight against MVL. It's like he sacked a queen for like a knight and 2 pawns, and it was completely fine. And again, that just violates every basic rule of chess that we know. So it just seems like more and more this is happening, where it's like just nothing matters. Doesn't matter. Sack a pawn, sack a piece, sack a queen. It doesn't matter. As long as you have some activity, that's all you need. So yeah, chess is going in a very, very strange direction.
And you don't think it's amazing, kind of the resources the computer is able to find? Kind of, you don't consider this new knowledge more so than just kind of, I don't know,
I mean,
ruining old knowledge?
No, I mean, ruining is the wrong word. I mean, it's amazing to see, but it's just like, you know, I've been playing chess for like 25 years. Like I've been playing chess for a long time, like at a high level. I mean, I was a master 25 years ago, and it's like when I see this stuff, it's just sort of like it reminds me, actually. I think it was in Garry Kasparov's book, Great Predecessors. He was saying how the world champions at some point they all kind of calcify, and what that means is like they stop learning what the trends. Like they sort of at a certain point they stop improving, they stop following the trends. There are certain things in the trends they can't grasp anymore. And I very much feel like that, where when I watch, or not watch these games, but when I look at these evaluations and all these positions, like I really do sometimes start to feel like I just don't understand chess anymore sometimes. I think it's great because you see how rich chess is with all these different ideas, but just from like the competitive aspect and seeing like what a bunch of fools we all are, it's a little bit disturbing. So like I like to think I'm a good chess player. And then I see things like this game today, and it feels like every move is a blunder, even though both of us thought that White was just much better the whole game. And in reality, clearly White was not much better the whole game. It was actually close to equal, or even I could have been better at a couple of points. And yet after the game, when Parham and I are analyzing, it's like we just assume White is better the whole way. And so we're both just a couple of bozos who don't understand anything.
But do you think this means that there's a new skill set required to be the best at chess? Like, could having a good mentality, like being able to keep your confidence in game situation, be more important now than ever because of how we see many resources are exist where we thought maybe none, that there were none?
Yeah, I mean, no, I think the resources, again, it's phenomenal. It's just that for me, I just sometimes feel like I don't understand parts of chess anymore. And it's a very strange feeling to have. It's just very strange for me because, like, again, I've been playing for a long time, and I like to think I have a pretty good understanding of the game. But a lot of these things I see now is like, you like to think as a top player, there are a lot of things you can control. You like to have this very deep understanding, all these different things. And it seems like that's slipping away from me specifically. I mean,
but I guess
maybe all of us.
But I guess for the kids specifically,
yes, you're right. You're right. Yes, I think you're right that for the kids who are up and coming, the kids who are like probably 12, 13 now, it's definitely true. You know, I think a good example of that is actually someone who I think will actually, if he keeps up the trend, will become the strongest Iranian player. maybe second strongest after Ali Reza if he keeps it up. But there's this 13-year-old kid that I've played a lot online. It's Sina Movahat is the username, and whenever I play him, much like when I played Pranesh, like both of those kids, they seem to sack a lot. They play for a lot of activity. Like they're very aggressive. And I think that's probably directly a result of the way that they've learned chess with computers. So I think certainly it is a skill that is it is changing, and it is something that the kids will understand better eventually than say I do or Magnus does.
But don't you also think that the new kids today, they're gonna look at this game and they're gonna be, instead of you're like, oh my gosh, the computer says you can play like this, that's incredible, whereas the kids who are kind of used to all of these resources being available, they're a bit more like, oh, okay, computer said this is okay. They're kind of more used to it and more laid back about it. So they just don't question the computer, and they kind of roll with the punches the computer give them.
So you're saying that that's bad for kids or good for kids?
I mean, I personally think it's a lack of chess education, but at the same time, these same kids are crushing me every time I come across them, right? So I'm the old guy yelling at the sky saying that you have no understanding, and the kids are like, no, but the computer says this is okay.
But then we get back to it's like the other topic where it's like I talk about these 2500s or even like Karthikeyan or any of these guys being so hard to beat, and it's the same thing. Like I can say the same thing. I'd be like, I have much better opening knowledge than they do, but they can just go to Chessable, or they can use the engines. They have all these resources, study the opening. So they may not know anything about openings like the way that I've studied them for 20 years, but they don't need to know that. They don't need that quote unquote education because they can just prepare with the computer. So I mean, yeah, it's like it's like I remember when I was younger and there were these Russian players, and they're always telling me I don't have any technique, I don't have any understanding. It's the same thing, and I think that at the end of the day, you don't need it. You don't need it if you can prepare well with the computers, you understand what the computers say. You don't need it anymore. You don't need that understanding because the computer gives you that understanding, and the computer is better than all of us pathetic grandmasters.
Do you feel genuine, after a game like today, when you go back to your room or you come here and you see, these computer lines, is it demoralizing?
I mean, I don't think demoralizing is the word. It shocks me kind of how bad I really am at chess, how little I understand. Because again, as a top player, to be a top player, you have to have a certain amount of confidence when you're playing the game. And so I like to think I'm good at chess. I like to think I have a pretty good understanding. And I mean, I don't think it's demoralizing so much as it's just it's very confusing because I feel like when in the past, if you go back even I'm going to say maybe 8, 9, 10 years ago, you use the computers, a lot of the things that the computers would suggest would make a lot of sense. Why is this move good? That move's good. But I really do feel since the time of AlphaZero, the imbalances specifically that computers understand now, it's so completely different than it ever used to be. So completely different. And I think that's why you see all these really weird openings, like that MVL Magnus game where Magnus sacks his queen for a knight. That game 10 years ago, impossible to have a line like that appear on the board. Just impossible. But now it's now. But
Ivanchuk sacrificed his queen against Karyakin.
You
mean two pawns? Right? What?
Oh, I didn't see that one against Karyakin for 2 pawns. I don't remember that one. I mean, there's a famous one in the 90s in the Botvinnik Semislav where he played Queen G7, sacking the queen against Shirov. But
And then in the Najdorf, this Najdorf with bishop c4, and then queen takes e6, and then knight takes e6.
Yeah. Actually, that one I remember. So, but again, I feel like those were, as someone in chat says, those were exceptions. Now it's the norm. Now you expect to see it everywhere. And I think I would say I would just say 100% of it is because of AlphaZero, the way that AlphaZero calculated. And then, of course, the way that with the Leela project, they're essentially implementing the same sort of algorithms and approach. And I just really feel like the imbalances that you see today, like it's wild to see, and it's a different way of understanding chess. Ultimately, it really is. And I try to understand. I think Magnus actually was trying to play a very sort of actually like Alpha Zero type of game. It just didn't work out. Like he sacked a pawn on d5, but he had the 2 bishops for the on the diagonals for the whole game. And it just didn't quite work out. But I mean, Magnus also was trying to use that same kind of logic where he just gave up a pawn to have the 2 bishops in activity.
Yeah.
And Magnus is going to lose, right? I mean, it's looking very, very bad, right? After bishop e3 here. Yeah, I mean, he's just getting mated, no? Isn't he just getting mated? After bishop e3? He's just getting mated. Knight d3, rook d2 with the, what's it, the dovetail checkmate? Yeah, knight d3 is GG. Yeah, I mean, this is just GG. He's just going to lose, right?
And I think it just did he play?
I would trust your assessment on that.
Hey, these freaking 25 and 2600s are just so annoying to play against. So annoying, and bishop e3 is on the board. So yeah, I mean, well, what to say? Like, it's just like, it's brutal. And also getting back to that point, I was going to say, it's like the other thing is like, I mean, I don't really care that much because obviously to me all of this is highly amusing since I'm a streamer first. I just don't give a flying fridge about my rating or any of that stuff except for the candidates. So it's amusing, but it's like also the same thing is going on with Paravian. Like Paravian, this is like 25.99, which is like ridiculous. Obviously, he plays at like a 2650 level, but he's sitting on this 25.99 rating, and he's just milking the cow, right? Because he's also beating Gukesh here, just completely beating Gukesh, and so like it's just
and in style.
I don't know. No, but it's insane because there are all these guys who like, as you know, it's like when I said this yesterday because I played Paravian, like he's a very strong player, very dangerous, easily 2650 plus when he's on, and like again, like you see is like all of us are just busy losing all the rating points left and right here. And rook g6, just a beautiful sack in that game. Again, that's what I was saying. Like when I first saw him, like, what is he doing? He's sacking the rook. And then as I was looking for like the next like 30, 60 seconds, I suddenly realized like, wait a second, like these 2 bishops, the bad knight on a6, like material doesn't matter. If you get that initiative going with the 2 Bs, you just win the game. So yeah, I mean, this is chess for you.
I really like the way he gave up his rook and then he played on as if nothing had happened.
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying, though. That's exactly the computer method. It's like sack a pawn, sack a piece. Like nobody cares. Just keep playing as though you haven't done anything. That's exactly the computer method, literally. So, yeah, I mean, it's just very funny to see, honestly, because it's like you sack a pawn, you sack a piece, and then it's just like you pretend that the game just started from move 1 and you haven't done anything at all. And yeah, so it's just a great win for Paravian in this game too. And I mean, Magnus losing, like chess is tough. Chess is very, very hard.
It looked like on paper Magnus got the more favorable pairing compared to you. Jan Ludwig was telling me you guys discussed the pairing system a bit yesterday. What were your thoughts when you saw the pairings last night?
I mean, on the one hand, it's nice to play a quote-unquote weaker player, especially when you have the white pieces. But at the end of the day, playing against somebody like Parham, who's a known quantity, someone that I've played many times online, if I draw the game, it's not that big of a deal since he's a 2,700 plus player. But in an open tournament, you can't really you can't complain about your pairing. Sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you get unlucky. That's just sort of the luck of the draw. And today, obviously, Magnus actually got very unlucky because he played another really, really strong player.
Yeah, that game.
The result is in. Magnus has resigned.
Yeah, I mean, what can I say? Karthikeyan played a great game. Not hugely surprised me. Like I said, I saw Karthikeyan in Gibraltar a few years back, like just like steamrolling everybody, except for me. I mean, I did beat him, but he won like every game after that. So it's not too shocking to me to see him playing well. I think more what's impressive is that the Magnus effect seems to be diminished because Karthikeyan was very low on time. Magnus like 30 minutes to like 3 minutes or something like that, and Karthikeyan just kept playing good move after good move after good move. And I mean, it's just kind of wild. And yeah, Magnus very quickly losing rating points. So yeah, what to say?
We didn't really finish your game. Do you want to talk a bit more about that one, Hikaru?
Well, I mean, I think what I would say about my game is that I think both of us were just very off balance. It was just we were very. It was. I don't think either of us really understood what was going on in the game, and I mean, I played 95. I mean, there's Bishop C5 that I missed, but even here, I think practically once I got this Bishop E7 and Queen B6, I mean, I'm down two pawns here, but his pawns are really ugly. The two extra pawns. I mean, they're two sets of double isolated pawns. And I thought once I got to this position, I would be okay. I mean, I did have to find this Bishop E5 move, which was very critical here, because I could have been in real trouble if I didn't find, after D6 takes F6, if I didn't find Bishop E5. But once I played Bishop E5, I think the rest was very smooth, and a draw was the logical conclusion despite all the crazy fireworks.
Is that a bit of a pity with chess that you can have such an interesting game and then it kind of just peters out? And for people just watching the end of it, like watching this, they're going to be like, oh, they probably played a pretty equal game. And then it turns out it was this incredible fight that just happened to peter out.
Yeah, I mean, I think in general, chess, the majority of games are going to end in a draw no matter what, so it's not that shocking. But I think when there's a lot of drama and it's exciting, a lot of people are going to follow. And I think today's game was quite exciting. I can't complain about it. I mean, yeah, if I was 3,500, I probably would have won this game, because I would have played Bishop C5 on one of those two moves and won the game, or played A6 earlier. But again, I mean, we're only human. We're not that strong. So that's just how it goes. But again, against somebody like Parham going into the game, if I'm playing with black, piece of draw is a perfectly reasonable result.
Hikaru, 2 games left in the tournament. Tomorrow you'll probably be white. How much do you care about trying to win the tournament? Do you feel like, oh, I'm probably in a must-win situation, or do you just try and do your best?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's a very weird situation I'm in, because on the one hand, the rating matters. On the other hand, it might not matter. You know, like if Alireza goes and wins Isle of Man, then I'm going to be in the candidates pretty much for sure. So I mean, it's very hard to judge the situation, I would say. I mean, I think a lot depends on the pairings that I get. At the end of the day, I would say what I say pretty much every day. I know it gets repetitive, not surprisingly, but I just want to play good chess. If I play good, interesting chess, like I've been playing, I'm pretty happy, like regardless of the result. If it's interesting and it's a fun day of chess, then that's good enough for me. So I'll just take it one game at a time, see how it goes. Obviously, I'd like to win the tournament, but you know, we'll see.
There was a very random. We talked a lot today about all things chess. I spotted this random question, so let me throw it at you. How is the food in Qatar?
Oh, the food's been great here. I'm having a great time. I mean, it's pretty nice. I'm trying to think of the right way of putting this, but I guess what I would say is it's nice, it's clean, and I'm enjoying it. I think the organization has been pretty good. I know the first like day or two there were some complaints, obviously, and who knows if we'll get another complaint today. But at any rate, I think I've enjoyed it. I've had a good time, and I don't think even regardless of the results, nothing's really going to change that. So the food's been pretty good overall. I've had a good time. Can't really complain about anything, and yeah, the food's been bussin', as they say.
Another question: your thoughts on Jordan's game today?
Yeah, actually, I saw that too. You're just like, he was playing against against Gregory Kaidanov, who's like 9,000 years old. And obviously, I mean, for me, it's kind of wild to see also, because like when I won the U.S. Championship for the first time, the 2005 U.S. Championship, which was held at the end of 2004, in the critical round, I think second to last round, or maybe it was third to last round, I won a very important game in the Grunfeld against Kaidanov with the black pieces. And I mean, at that time, he was like one of the top couple of players in the U.S., and I was the up and comer. And so I beat him there, but then like I mean, he's been teaching for many years, doesn't really play all that often. And then next thing I know, I look at his game, the opening looks like some kind of Moran Slav, a little bit weird with bishop on e7. I walk by the board like 20 minutes later, suddenly sacked the bishop, I think on h7. He's got this like knight on g5 or d6 and rook d1, and he just blows Jordan van Foreest right off the board. And again, it's kind of shocking to see all these players, but apparently I think at the end of the day, it's very clear that everybody is overrated. Jordan shouldn't be 2,700. I shouldn't be 2,780. Magnus obviously is way overrated at 2,850. And Gukesh also busy losing points. Nihal losing points. It's a good time for everybody who's not 2,700.
Yeah, tough day today for the favorites. Maybe we can just, well, actually everything that remains in the top 10, I think, is quite one-sided. So I don't know, Jon Ludwig, is there anything else you wanted to ask?
No, I'm all good. Just wishing Hikaru best of luck tomorrow. And,
I mean, hopefully I can get a good pairing, play someone who's actually rated at their rating, not underrated by 150 points, or 300 points, or whatever it might be.
Well, in saying that, do you feel like playing Dukesh? No, well, that can't happen.
No, I mean, I don't really care.
You don't have anyone close to your rating to play against because they all already lost.
Yeah, I mean, I think, at the end of the day, though, it's just everybody's strong. So there really are no easy pairings. But I think, ultimately, just you got to do your thing. You got to play well. And I think, like, when I look at Magnus's game today, I think he gambled and he got soundly punished. I mean, it just shows, like, even at 2600 can play good move after good move. I mean, he must have played like 20 great moves in time pressure to the end of the game. And yeah, it's that's chess for you these days. It's just getting harder and harder. And I know, like, when I made these comments the other day, some people said, "Why is Hikaru complaining about like playing 2500s or whatever?" I'm not complaining. I don't care. But I'm very glad that I don't have 20 years ahead of me playing against these Indian monsters. Let's put it that way. I'm just glad that I only have a few more years, because if I was looking at 20 years of playing against these kids, I would not be feeling very good about my chess.
Hikaru, thank you so much for jumping on, sharing your thoughts. And yeah, best of luck for tomorrow and the last 2 rounds.
Thank you so much, you guys, and keep up the good work, okay?
Cheers. Thanks. By the way, almost 10K were with us right now. So big shout out as well to everyone watching. The support today has been
chess is still hot. Still hot.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Cheers, Hikaru. Have a good one. Good luck tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Yeah, see you guys. Have a good one. Bye.
Bye.
And guys, I think for us, it is time for a well-deserved break. What do you think, Jon Ludwig?
Yeah, certainly. We've the games today, especially Hikaru's, was so exciting that I think we skipped at least one regularly scheduled break. So we'll take a break and then we'll check in with Mr. Dukesh and his struggles against a very, very good Peruvian.
See you guys soon. Hello and welcome back. This is round 7 of the Qatar Masters. Hikaru drew his game against Parham Maghsoodloo. We heard from him. We had some interesting discussions. And meanwhile, Jon Ludwig, David Paravian has also wrapped up his game against Gukesh.
Yeah, and what a game it was. Hikaru mentioned it. We didn't even talk about it with him, but he specifically mentioned this incredible sacrifice, giving up the rook for the bishop with the long-term consequences of being able to put the bishop on the diagonal, pointing in towards the black king and the black queen. And Hikaru was impressed with this. We were impressed with this. And Paravian, it pays off for him, who well, it took some time, but he managed to win a pawn, and then he managed to make the situation where getting the bishop to c4 was unavoidable, and by doing that, he caught the black king and queen on the same diagonal, winning back the rook with an extra pawn. And I mean, sometimes even an extra pawn is difficult to win with, right? But he executed it with great precision as well. The way he managed to trick Gukesh into letting the queens get traded off, it was just an exquisite game by Paravian, and that means he joins the leaders of this tournament with Hikaru chasing half a point behind. So right now, 6 players in the lead. Kartekian beats Carlsen to join the leaders. Paravian here beats Gukesh to join the leaders. And then we had Sindarov, Narayanan, Erigaisi, and Yakuboyev, who were already half a point ahead of Hikaru and drew just like Hikaru did. So 6 guys ahead of Hikaru. But
6 guys, 3 Indians, 2 Uzbekis, and 1 Russian. But the Indians are doing well. They came out en masse, of course, to Qatar. But what a tournament these guys are having.
Yeah, just wow. But I also think the fact that the strongest player in this group is Erigaisi. Erigaisi is the only guy above 2,700 in this leader pack. So that means it's a group of players who are not really expected to do super well in this tournament, who have kind of maybe surprised themselves with the performance. And we kind of saw what that can turn into today with the leader pack all making draws. If we can get the same situation tomorrow, that the 6 guys in the lead draw against each other, then Hikaru can come with a win using the fact that he's going to have the white pieces next game. And then Hikaru might be number 1 in before the final round of the tournament. So I feel like Hikaru's chances of winning still good, especially considering that Hikaru has faced really tough opposition, which means that in case of a tie, Hikaru will be among those playing the extra match to determine the winner of the tournament, since he has had such difficult opponents throughout, and therefore you get only the 4 best players get to play for the tournament victory if they have the same amount of points. But Hikaru is definitely going to be among those 4 if he manages to equal the winning score.
Absolutely. And well, let's see who can still join Hikaru's group on 5 points. One of them is Anish Giri. Let's go to board 7. He is white against Venkataraman, a player we know well because we were following his World Cup match against Hikaru. That was actually a tough one to get past, but here it looks like Anish is going to get the job done. What is it? An extra piece.
Well, Anish already has an extra bishop, but frankly, I feel like he's about to win more stuff. Because right now the bishop is attacking the rook and the knight is attacking the knight. Rook c1 attempts to stop the knight from capturing the other one, but there's this move bishop to d2, chasing the rook, and if the rook moves, then the knight can be captured next. And indeed, this is what Anish plays, bishop to d2. And the final piece of the puzzle is what happens after rook to c2, rook to b1, attacking the bishop. But then...
the rook is dangerously running out of squares, but how do we capitalize?
Actually, maybe you just take the knight. Take the knight and then rook c7, and suddenly you attack this pawn and it cannot be defended.
That looks pretty convincing.
Because the problem for Anish is that if he tries to move the bishop out of the way to attack the rook, then knight takes c4, attacks the bishop in return. So if you take the rook, then black takes the bishop, and suddenly this is not that clear. Ooh, but as I'm going through this, the computer points out that in this situation, after knight takes knight and the knight attacks the bishop can actually move to give a check, and then you take the rook, because then you saved the bishop. And that's why Anish won. The opponent just resigned, realizing that you can try to extend the game by attacking the bishop, but the counterattack on the rook, and then this very important intermezzo in between move is going to decide it in Anish's favor.
Very nice finish by Anish. Meanwhile, I'm reading here that Magnus's live rating after today's loss is 28-29, and this is the first time in 6 years that Magnus has dropped below 28-30. So I wonder how he will be looking back at his choice to play in Qatar. I think these mega opens are incredibly tough. But for now, Jan Ludwig, only one game remains in the top 10. That is board 10, Oparin against Adiban.
And what an intriguing position they have, and what little time Adiban has. So white has a knight and a bishop in trade of a rook and 2 pawns. So a very equal situation in terms of pieces. We often say that the knight and bishop count as 3 each. In more recent years, Fiona, I do feel like people have been accepting of the bishop being maybe like 3.5. So let's say white has 6.5, black has 7. In that regard, black should be better, but look at the black pawn on d5. That one can be captured at will. The pawn on c3 can also be captured at will, but I feel like the most important thing here is the pawn on e6. Can this pawn become a new queen? It's 2 steps away right now. It looks as though the pawn can be captured, but actually Adiban, he had the opportunity to capture the pawn here, but chose not to do so on account of the queen and bishop pointing together against the black king. The only thing standing in the queen and bishop's path is the rook, and you can give away the rook while saying check. And then the queen comes in protected by the bishop for the checkmate. So that's why Adiban has chosen to move his queen over closer to his king. But in doing so, he's also threatening to attack the white king.
Yeah, you have to be a little bit careful here as white. Okay, my first question is, what if I look for a queen trade and play queen d3?
That seems sensible to me. Oh, but then you can take the pawn.
Ah, of course. Yeah.
Because now the queen and bishop are no longer working together against the black king. That's very clever.
Yeah, so queen d3 is no good. Okay, what if I close the f file and I can't move the knight, so I guess I'll have to do that with the bishop. Can I get away with bishop f4? Or maybe bishop f2 makes more... Oh, wow.
Bishop f4? No.
No.
Because then check on the king, and when
not.
the king moves, actually, this kind of illustrates the importance of the pawn on h5. Because once that pawn removed, the knight is in trouble as well. And the knight is kind of the only thing protecting the white king right now. And that knight needs the protection of the pawn.
Mm-hmm.
So Oparin actually follows your
bishop
idea,
f2.
and he plays bishop f2.
2 minutes.
Which prevents queen here. Because then, once again, the queen and bishop working together, pointing down against the black king. We can sacrifice our rook to open up the diagonal, and it's checkmate.
Mm.
There have been some players, I'm not going to name rating range. Let's just call them patzers, to use a completely random word. There have been some patzers who say that they don't understand this checkmate because the bishop is pinned. And so they don't understand, why can't you just take the queen? Because if they take back, then, we're going to take the king. But I try to tell people that it's all about who captures the king first. So once you don't have a king anymore, you don't get to make a move.
I think that's a fair explanation and a good one. So what did Adiban do, who didn't have much time? He played rook d8. Push him,
I'm not
baby.
sure what he's trying to accomplish with that.
Yeah, can't we just run?
I mean, if white plays something other than pawn forward, I would be shocked. There's absolutely no chance.
I mean, what does black even do here?
I don't get it.
Is very close. The end is near.
The end is nigh.
That's true. Fair enough again.
You're a literature major, no?
I am, well, in the second, not in uni, but in secondary I did,
Yeah. Yeah, because I don't really know what that means. I just know when to use it.
It's just old English, I guess, no?
Oh, okay.
Let's see.
People were asking where you're from. Some people said that you were from Ireland.
No.
Do you think it's acceptable that people think you're Irish?
Yeah, I do.
Are you fine with?
I think it's fine. I mean, first of all, Fiona is an Irish name, so I think that's the first thing that can lead to confusion. Secondly, I spend a lot of time in Ireland. And thirdly, some people seem to now think that I have an Irish accent, which is quite funny. But no, I'm from the beautiful little Luxembourg with a Corsican mother, hence the Antony
Two
part.
tax havens.
Huh?
What?
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 Did I hear something?
How
good is my German and French? Fluent. Everyone, if you're born in Luxembourg, you're fluent in Luxembourgish, English, French, German.
And you spend a lot of time in Ireland, also tax haven.
I don't know if that's true.
This is very suspicious.
Did you just make that up?
Ireland being a tax haven?
Yeah.
No, all the American corporations are incorporated in Ireland for tax reasons.
I didn't even realize. A huge corporate tax haven. Tells you something that I didn't even know that. If you were Irish, you wouldn't be commenting because no one can understand Irish accent. Having spent being someone who spends a lot of time in Ireland, I can tell you it depends a lot on the region. Like if they're from Dublin, usually it's fine, or if they're, but if they're from the countryside, it's
okay. No Ansatz is making a comment that I feel like is so intricate enough for me to just instantly believe that they know what they're talking about. Ireland is itself not a tax haven, but it enables you to siphon money to a tax haven. So essentially what these corporations in Ireland do is that they push all the money into Luxembourg. How you don't know this, I have no idea. Literally, she's spending all her time moving from Ireland to Luxembourg.
I'm working for all these companies. Just manually bringing, all the nodes, always coming with big suitcases.
And you're traveling to Isle of Man soon.
Yeah, and I'm traveling to Isle of Man soon.
How the kind of well, I guess as long as you're a resident and citizen of the tax havens are kind of tax havens because they look the other way. So I guess no one's gonna investigate this.
Yeah, and who's gonna investigate the chess commentator for major financial crimes? Am I right?
Yeah. I feel like we've gone into the internal humor at this point. That was a reference. For those guys following chess.com news, you will know what Fiona's talking about. For the rest of you, I really think you shouldn't look it up because it's not worth it.
What did I even say? I don't even know myself what you
I thought you referenced Simon.
Oh, no, I didn't know. I didn't. No, obviously not. No. Okay, let's move on swiftly.
There was an article about Simon on chess.com like yesterday. I thought it was
I'm of course well aware of that. I just wasn't thinking. Yeah, it was an accidental reference. Anyway, moving on.
He didn't play pawn to e7. I do not understand this, although he did grab a free pawn and he can move his rook over to defend his king. Rook to e8 attacks the pawn, but once again, the pawn can move forward, and this time it actually did. The rook moves up. Okay, I can protect my knight and threaten checkmate by moving the queen over. But instead, Oparin moves the rook. Yes, because now he wants to go rook to f8, and he wants to have this rook pointing in against the black rook and the black king. But basically, you want to remove this rook because you want a new queen. It's not rocket science. And yeah, Adiban with just a minute left on the clock. There's limits to how much resistance he can do. Without any time to figure out what's going on. Pawn to b6, that's not going to stop the rook from coming in. But I guess Adiban is relying on that if queen to h8, then the black queen can come out to play and attack the white king. Computer says white is winning here anyway. But you might as well avoid this, I think.
I agree. And by the way, Machine Gun Leffy is saying Adiban not resigning is questionable. I disagree with that. I think especially with a minute on the clock and with queen still on the board and the white king being somewhat airy. Of course, Adiban knows he's lost, but I think it's completely normal and most players would continue here. Or do you disagree?
No, for sure. In general, people on the internet feel like people need to resign earlier than what chess players think.
It was you who told me not so long ago you want to implement a new rule that just forbids anyone from resigning, right?
I specifically said in invite tournaments.
Oh,
when you're getting paid to play. But yes, I feel like exploring the ban on resignation for invite tournaments could be something to explore. I think a lot of people want to see kind of, oh, it just ended, and they want to see what could have happened.
Interesting. I think, as you said, the biggest problem would be that the players would then throw. If they were lost, they would just, give their queens and everything, which is
yeah, but I think that would be okay, kind of. I don't know. It would go against some chess things, but I think it would be fine. Because then you can say, oh, and he just realizes that there's no chance and he just hastens his own demise, and you still get the checkmate on the board. You get that moment. Checkmate. That's the moment we want.
Checkmate is the end of the game. Yeah, I think, okay, let's stick around here until the end. Or
as long as opponent is spending more than 10 seconds per move, it's completely fine not resigning. That's my general opinion. Like, as long as your opponent is not playing instantly every move, then you're completely fine. Because then your opponent is kind of admitting, not every move is winning. If every move was winning, I would just do something. But here I actually have to consider the checks in against my king and such things.
Yeah, and I mean, even as you say, the fact that opponent is spending some time, it does indicate that he wants to make double and triple sure that there is not suddenly a perpetual coming out of nowhere. I just realized I still had this window open of the end is nigh. Origin of the name. The phrase "the end is nigh" derives from a man who could often be seen walking up and down London's Oxford Street wearing a sandwich board or carrying a placard on a pole bearing the phrase. I thought it was some like Shakespeare or something. No.
It's a doomsayer.
It's a doomsayer, exactly. Yeah. The main meaning was purely religious. He was warning of the impending Christian vision of apocalypse. But the phrase has since entered the popular consciousness as a slightly derogatory term for someone or something warning of impending doom.
I didn't know it was derogatory. That's the problem with being a non-native speaker. Sometimes words have these connotations that you're just not entirely aware of. Okay, Queen A4, good move. And that should be a game. Aliban, the pressure against his rook, he's going to have to block it with his own rook. And now knight to e5 should end the game because the rook cannot stay there. But if it moves, the other rook will be captured. So I'm expecting, rook c6 on the board, and then knight e5 should be the final move of the game. Let me be right. Yeah, because, oh, wow. Wow, that was unnecessary. Bishop takes b6, also good move. The idea is that you're threatening checkmate against the pawn together with the queen. You cannot take the bishop with the pawn because then your king is in check. You cannot take the bishop with the rook because then you lose out the other rook. This move does allow the black rook to come in and give a check on the king. But then as the bishop moves back, there's still the threat of checkmate and there's still the threat against the rook. It's just not necessary for white to allow even one check in this position. But he did it and he's still going to win the game. So he probably doesn't care.
Probably does not care indeed. What's happened in the game? We had... Okay, this is the live position actually after bishop f2.
Yeah. And now Adiban not resigning. You can criticize it, but frankly, Oparin did this to himself. Had he gone rook e5, there would be no checks against the white king. But he wanted to be fancy. He wanted to give up his bishop with like a double pin towards the rook and pawn. And as a result of that, his king was completely in the open, and he allowed one more check than what was necessary. But once the check stops, Adiban resigns, and Oparin joins Hikaru and his crew on how many points are we at now? 5 out of 7?
5, yeah, I think we can bring up the standings are actually on screen right now. So we have the leading pack of 6 players you mentioned on 5.5, and Hikaru leads a huge pack of, let me see if I can figure out how many
down
players.
To 17.
Down to 17, so that's 11 players if I'm not miscounting. So 11 players in Hikaru's pack. There's some very strong players, obviously, in that group, and some less strong players.
Anish Giri, Abdusatorov, Magsudulu, the highest rated on Hikaru's point group.
I think the biggest surprise has to be Kaidanov. And if you guys are watching us, if you missed Kaidanov's win against Jordan Van Forees today, that's well worth looking into if you like a good Greek gift sacrifice. Thank you for those who subscribed just there near the end. Maltings, Frederick, and Carrier, or Brad.
Carrie. This is the other problem of being a non-native English speaker. You really struggle with the
maybe
names.
Carrie Rowe, Brad. Or, yeah. You know who you are. Guys, I think this is going to wrap up what was a very exciting show today. Exciting game Hikaru played against Parham. Some very interesting chats about the state of chess, the influence of engines afterwards. And yeah, I think that's all we had for today.
And that's going to be all for me this tournament. I'll be gone tomorrow. I'm sad to say, but thank you to Fiona for making the job easy. Thank you to Hikaru for giving me the job in the first place. And I look forward to seeing everyone else at a tournament at some later stage in 2023.
Amr, it was an absolute pleasure working with you again. Tomorrow, I'll be back, guys, joined by Christian Chirilla, who I've never worked with, so that should be interesting. Will be good to see a fresh face on the broadcast, but we will miss you. Hammer, thanks for your great work, your great analysis. My voice is leaving me. It's time to wrap up. Thanks, guys, for watching. As always, there were so many of you here today. Big shout out to the mods, as always, working so hard behind the scenes. And our producer, Jaron. See you guys tomorrow. Take care. Bye-bye.
When I see some of these moves that computer suggests after a game that I play, and I just go, wow, that is the beauty for me. Because these are not moves that I would ever consider. And when I then see the move, and then like I might make a couple of moves to try and understand why, that is the beauty to me. I feel like playing chess. just trying to play as well as I can, and I don't really worry. Like, if I lose a game, it's not the end-all be-all. I'm not naturally talented, but if I don't get something, I try to figure out, why don't I get it? What am I doing wrong? Over and over and over again.